jar full? Is it full now?
Insect. Ice. Criminal offense. Side. You understand? Okay, that's not supposed to.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no game.
Oh, look at
Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3.
Kayaknya apa?
and mentally balanced is the key to becoming a winner. There is also a ton of hard work paired with attention to detail and practice behind the success of a winner. Positive thinking. Thinking plays a crucial role in our success. A great deal of what happens to us is dependent upon our thoughts. It all begins in the mind. When we first have an idea or plan, the drive to act on it depends on what we think about ourselves and our goals. There is always trust and determination to get started and moving in a winning mindset. Whereas others would beat themselves down and doubt their goals, a winner would think differently. To begin, we must believe in ourselves, trust our goals, and respect our dreams. Preparing for success and winning. After deciding on a goal and laying the base to get started, it is important to plan and create a structure towards the fulfillment of one's goal. Forming strategies and devising ways to achieve a goal is the next step. Counting on weaknesses and strengths helps one to see the possible obstacles that may come one's way. Honing existing skills and working on weaknesses can put us ahead in our journey. Paying attention to how you present yourself. Looking presentable, neat, and sharp is an important step in making an impression and telling the world who you are. Underestimating the power of dressing can impact the message one sends to people out there. When one takes care of how they look and appear, they also make a difference in how they feel. Outfitting better and paying attention to their appearance in a healthy way can not only make one look better but also boost confidence and self-esteem. A famous woman close before her Ironman World Championship race in Hawaii sent out a picture of her nails painted with different shades of blue, highlighting the power of well-done nails and attention to detail, feeling empowered and confident. Although she remarked that the weather forecast doesn't look great, so they'll probably be covered in gloves all day, she did her nails despite that. Getting her nails done just to cover them in gloves only goes to show how punctilious it is. Outfitting oneself better and giving the best shot at presentation makes a significant impact on how people perceive us. Looking one's best can never hurt. It is a positive method to make oneself feel empowered and pumped with confidence and dignity. Even though physical appearances cannot be a marker of internal health and happiness, it is undoubtedly an important part of marking one's identity. Clothing, countenance, facial expressions, and posture give away the ideals of a person to a certain degree. Putting one's best foot forward by maintaining a positively smart and sharp appearance paired with a mature and collected disposition is an effective method to make an impact on the perceiver and stand out from the crowd. Identifying your niche and committing to it. Identifying your craft and working every day to get better at it is a code to becoming the best in your field. A winner's mindset will be committed to their goal and determined to do everything to achieve it. Therefore, every day becomes an opportunity to learn and grow. To quote Tumen-Байыр, the world becomes your library. A mind that is focused on an aim will look for chances to learn something new in their field that can put them ahead in their journey towards success. Unwavering focus paired with dedication and a thirst for knowledge is what makes a winner who they are. People who possess winning traits are never satisfied with what they have learned. Even post their goal, they strive to get better every day to remain at the top of their game. Emotional intelligence. To manage emotions by understanding and processing them correctly and not swaying with them is essential to remain stable in your journey. Knowing how to maintain calm and composure when things get difficult and tumultuous can help overcome a great deal of obstacles that come one's way. When on your way to becoming the best, sacrifices would have to be made, which could impact personal life balance and relationships. However, with a goal in mind and the mindset to win at the end of the day, choose a winner stuck to his craft while he juggles between personal and professional life. There is an intrinsic understanding in such a person that sacrificing is a part of the journey that cannot interfere with their emotional intelligence and stop them. Some days you might not want to pursue your goal, get up and work towards it, or feel downcast instead of when your dedication is the best. Going on at such a time, when it is needed the most, is a sign of true determination and strength. Identifying your niche and committing to it, identifying your craft and working every day to get better at it, is a
Это приезжаете на пляж Рамполе и поворачиваете направо. И идете, обходите эту скалу. Ну, дальше так, как в видео. Потело. Хотя сегодня еще без солнца. Я говорю, аж дома прохладно сегодня. Ладно, пойду на пляже отдохну. Ой, там вот с палатками кто-то. Ну, это так ставят от солнца. Приходит на свежем воздухе, спать, отдыхать. Пойду, я вон ребят тоже пикничок устраивают. Классное место, да, пойду тоже. Ну, здесь, в общем, своя такая атмосфера. Мало людей. Вначале вот есть какой-то кафе, либо шейк. И потом ничего нету. Вон чье-то бунгало. Можно вот так вообще бесплатно жить на пляже. Либо, может, кстати, люди в палатках живут там, я не знаю. Так что все возможно. Кто-то и так живет, а что, здесь тепло. Классное место, и прогулялся заодно. Увидел пляж, потом гору, полез на гору, и я забыл, что мы сюда вообще на озеро шли. А я уже тут сел на полотенце. Сижу сейчас, эту булочку съел, попью водички, отдохну. А озеро, оказывается, вот, я посмотрел на карте, вот оно, вот там. Обратно, когда пойдем, зайдем туда.
As someone who has already done what you are about to do, I can tell you from experience that the impact you have on others is the most valuable currency there is. Because everything you work hard you want to for others, and all that will be left of you is what was in your heart. My choice to free people, to rid them of their concerns, led me to the top. Look where I am, look what I have accomplished.
I understand you. Where are you going now?
No matter where I went, I did what made people feel good about
Yeah, I
themselves.
understand.
I was at the top.
I remember, you're
But
from
now all
mountain.
I do free was
Yeah,
myself.
do little mountain.
And that's when my search
Yeah.
for identity
Do
did.
Do you
I
have
wondered
a
who I
wife?
would be without my faith.
I can...
Who would I be if I said things that were not true to myself?
Yeah.
Or if I gave up my dreams to please everyone else?
You aren't liking me. Yeah.
You guys
yeah.
already know who
What
you
I do?
are. And that peace,
What I
that
do?
peace that we're all searching for, lies somewhere beyond personality, beyond perception, outside of our invented mask, and even beyond having fun and entertainment. You guys know what I'm talking about.
One year kid.
把你们家小狗发出来，看看谁家的更可爱。把你们家小狗发出来，看看谁家的更可爱。
Defenses, and access
Okay,
to
good
places
luck, bro.
that is innocent and untouched. That's what you guys want. It's time to let go of personality and become what you really are. That's freedom, to be heroes, to be superheroes, to be real, to be seen in all of your glory.
Great! Some of these nudibranchs have just their continuous defend themselves. By stealing weapons,
Which man by 9 o'clock?
see this? Let's try putting in this house and building
customers and have built things and have experience, but I've not needed organisations are useful tools, so I shall try and in the second
show you what's in there. So if I go to search tabs, it's going to bring up a whole range of tabs. Now it's taken a while because there's lots of them. I've literally got about 100 tabs open. But if I put in that place, you see it filters it, and I can go to that. So if I press Enter, it's actually open that window. So I have version is but yeah, these two translations. Right, so copy that. Another one that is perfect is the last time I left this to today. How long is that? 2 years, 10 weeks. So it's very, very good. Because I've been tracking from the moon when 500 days later, I usually do the Google series. But this can do it and the copy answer, it just carry on. So it's in terms of not interrupting my work. Right, those were days. We started. I'm not even rolled out with big guns yet, but I'm tempted. Right, we usually start with what time did 9 p.m. GMT to Pacific Time, Eastern Time, Mountain Time, and Central Time. So yes, it can. Yes. Another one that I was interested in was defiance. But that give it to me! Give it to me! Give it to me! Give it to me! Just give it! You can see in the middle, it's telling you that that exchange rate was updated 3 months ago. want to open the edition. So I love that. It's an integrated dictionary. It's just that little bit faster. I don't have to close the app when I finish with it. Anybody at the point that I'm going to display all the shortcuts.
Getting rid of rodents is not easy. What is dangerous in the neighborhood of rats?
So I don't want
Rats
water and food stuff. So I would go through here and take out what I never wanted to show me because it's just distracting from the rest of the top ones. Don't want it.
Not unless you want
Top half but quarters, no, that's never going to 60 definitely not going to do. Top second floor, there's just too many options. So what I would do with this is turn off the ones that I don't
do
want,
not see well.
which is
From the sharp smell, there's fear and
so I'm turning off options
quickly
in the windows. Just options within the Windows extension. Look on here. I'm never moving stuff to the next desktop either, or the previous desktop, but I am moving things from one display to the next. See, I've got that piece set up for that. All of these were in the so I would tidy that up a little bit more, just to show you what I've got so far. I've got less rubbish to navigate that I'm never going to use. Now I've got things all found this week on our
Это
social
тоже получится у каждого
There's lots of
здорового
things there that are copied and pasted. Now, you can filter these things. If I wanted to filter,
Все необходимые инструменты вы также можете посмотреть в описании к этому видео.
so all of these entries
Попробуйте правильно мерить желание. Готовьте понравиться свои самые сочные и сладкие морковки. А также морковки натираем цедру одного лимона. Натираем только желтую часть. Буквально не затрачивая. Вот так у вас должно получиться.
but I tell you what I'll do. What I will do is go to
Удобно для вас. Тарифы должны остаться небольшими. Сегодня добавляем замечательный и, конечно, Добавим емкость, разбиваем яйца в течение 30 секунд. Яйцам добавляем сахар и взбиваем еще примерно 1 минуту. Масса должна быть не переставая взбивать, долго все подбиваем до полностью сахара. После того, как добавили свою массу, взбиваем еще секунду.
I usually have a lot of YouTube limits, like probably have no idea which one's which. Because it's the one you see exactly which one's which. Which again, simple stuff. This is so this one is the PowerPoint one where I said bad words.
Сюда же добавляем все в половине лимона.
There's text. Now it's a picture of a light picture, just as like with another app. But notice that in there's something unique.
Взбиваем миксером, чтобы масса все перемешалась и стала белой. Долго взбивать не нужно.
It's not PowerPoint is on order and it's got PPT.
Все будет перемешано, хорошо скоростно. Долго взбивать не нужно, как только все перемешалось,
But I'm not going to know what it's called because you need to choose
Высыпать я буду форму,
It's actually searching in the sound. It will go say out the image.
на одну форму осталось несколько градусов. И взбиваем в течение нескольких минут. Готовность проверяем
one simply jump. There's my ship. So it's showing them this is right. Good as far as it's but can you schedule a room for Hotel Classics and send them the transport because what's happening here is this when it gets to about 10 it's all over the place. What this enables you to do, there are some steps. In the extension zone, so I've added extra things. This one's simple. So if I go into my ship, if you need to make it temporary, so there's the one. to my left monitor. It's gone round to the right hand monitor, and I'm putting it back in the middle there. So I'm doing all of that with shortcut keys. But if you wanted to do it from within here, you would go to window and not to the left.
I begin to pass out. Then my head hits the wall.
And you can see my shortcut flash up when I make that active. So next display moves it to the right, previous to the left. But when it gets to the last monitor, it automatically wraps around. So yes, it works exactly the same way as Moon does.
One from Daniela. Some extra hard drive for Mega. Where you go there too.
As long as you've got something installed, like the Dropbox client, so it's searching Dropbox because I have Dropbox installed. pCloud is another one that you can install. So the way it's set up here, as long as you've got the app that's hooking in to the cloud service, yes, it will see, because it's searching your machine. You can be more specific if you like and only search a certain location, or only open. But yes, anything that's on your machine it will find. There is a way that you can install extensions where you can say only search Google Drive, only search Dropbox, probably only search pCloud. You could do it that way. But if you're having it search your machine, it will search all the drives, or you can be specific. I mean, you see how many drives I've got mounted on here, and it's searching a lot. What else have we got?
Daniela said remember to ask Elaine where all the data is stored. I feel it's
Not storing.
Does she store any data?
It has its configuration settings.
Fucking guy is insane, yo.
Stuff like the calculations and the exchange rates, it pulls in live, doesn't it?
It's pulling the exchange rates in live. The calculations are an internal thing. So no, it will call out to certain things like the currency conversions. It might do that with the times, just because sometimes we're in daylight saving and sometimes we're not. But most of the time, that kind of stuff is built in
Lesson,
intelligence.
mind your own
It does have a range
business.
of settings. Let me show you the settings. If we go into here, all the extensions that I've installed, so I'll talk you through the extensions next week. All of the extensions that you've installed and you've configured, and you've told it what you want enabled and what you don't want enabled. All the customizations can be saved. So if you go to your advanced, you go to there is an export option, and it's saying you can back up the back floating notes,
Criminal
script
offense,
commands, the whole lot.
side
It will
drive.
back up the lot. So if you hit export, you do get at this stage it to ask you what you want to back up. So do you want to back up the references? Do you want the snippets? What do you want? Let's assume that you want it. So I'm pressing export on that. You can see I've already set it up twice. All I actually need to do is to give it a folder. So I've done what I've always done. I've gone into my Dropbox, application support, and I've created a folder for the app. And it will always default to that folder. So when I back up my settings, they're backed up to the cloud, and if I wanted to restore them on another machine, if the unthinkable happened, Friday the 13th, and it died on here, then I would use this to restore it. So it's not prompting me for a file name because it is going to save it as Raycast, the date and then the time. So I'm going to export that. And it's exported it. In fact, you can do it even faster than that. Without the preferences open, if I just go to Raycast and I say, export preferences and data from Raycast, and export, it will ask me where I press export and install. So I don't even need to go into the preferences to do that, but that is it backing it up. So it's not storing a lot of data. If you're concerned that it's indexing your system and it's storing that index and it's storing it offline somewhere, away from you, no, it's not. It's using the Spotlight index, which is inherent to your system. I think they've optimized it in some way, but it's not taking data and putting it anywhere. And those backups are encrypted. If there's anything private in there, so if you tell it to back up the configurations, what you've got ticking, that's not really private. But if you've told it to back up your clipboard, then it will prompt you for a password and it will encrypt it.
The devil is a liar.
So you should be alright from that perspective. Do we have
Not today.
Patience. Just go to the store to look for extensions.
Can I have one?
Yes, I will cover extensions next week, but yes, that's exactly what you do.
And on a different topic, Richard says thank you for all this stuff on Notion.
You are very welcome. Do you mean Notion?
I mean Notion.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes, I gave him the link last week to all the Notion 2021.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
And he's been working through them.
Now, Carol's saying I got Raycast because it had a Tana paste option. And you didn't realise it did tons more. That was the thing with it. I'll show you one extension. So here's a situation where I'm sitting there with Alfred. And what I would like Alfred to do is something quite basic as far as I'm concerned. I would like it to enable amphetamine. So if you've never seen amphetamine, let's go to the App Store and have a look. App Store. Can we App Store it? There we go.
It's 10:30. Does that matter?
No, because it hasn't come through yet. I'm just wondering about that. I think Google's on strike. But as long as it's in the next 10 minutes, we're fine. Right, let's go in here and let's look at amphetamine. There is a funny story with amphetamine. How Apple got upset with it. But I will stick on point. Have I spelled that right? Please tell me I've spelled it. Okay. This is an app I have installed, and what it does is stop your Mac going to sleep. Hence amphetamine. There's others like caffeine. This one is fantastic. It's got the most amazing feature set. And if I were to use Alfred, I can run the app. The app's always running. It's running right now. It's running up here. You can't see the icon until I go into Bartender, but the app is always running. It'd be nice if you could see it, wouldn't it? Why aren't you opening? The app's running, trust me. Oh, there it was. Don't move. There's like a time delay here. Right, this is the app. The app is always running. So I never really use Alfred to interact with it because it doesn't give me anything extra. What I really want is to be able to enable and so turn on and turn off a session where my machine goes to sleep. So during the day, never want it to sleep. If I whip outside to get the cup of tea, I don't want it to sleep when I come back. So throughout the day, I want it awake over and over. Well, when I say during the day, I'm flexible with the time here. The time I'm not working, yes, please put it to sleep. Can't afford the electric bill. So I can't do that with Alfred. I've tried a couple of workflows. I've tried making my own. It just doesn't want to know. But if I go into here and we bring up the extensions, you can see the first one is an amphetamine extension. And what it will do is it will end the current session, get the remaining time left on it, start a new session, or start a new session with a duration. So now it's running at the moment, but if I don't want it running later, I can go in here and put end current session, and that's it. So you see at the bottom it's being ending current session, then it says ended current session. Everything's a bit slow today, but if I click on that and get into Bartender should eventually show us that the icon that was filled in and had an infinity symbol next to it is now not filled in because I've actually turned it off. If things just worked, it'd be grand, wouldn't it? This is Bartender, so you can see it's turned off now. I can't particularly leave that turned on. You go in here, start new session. What I want is, you see at the bottom it's starting a new session, and in there I want to see the icon change, and thankfully we did. Awesome, awesome. Looks like that's turned on as well, and I don't want any of that. So that is how that's working. That is giving me functionality that I did not have anywhere else. There's a lot of other things that I'm doing with it. I'm doing it with a lot of extensions. Didn't expect that to take as long as it did, but we've had lots of technical problems. So I'll look at all of the extensions next week. Homework for this week, get it downloaded, get it installed and try it with the stuff that I've already done. And there was quite a lot of it. You know, we started off with running apps, but there was the calculator. You were calculating times, percentages, exchange rates. You could go through the calculator history and edit it. We defined words. There's the floating notes. There's the window management that's in there, the file search, the clipboard extender, the snippets, my schedule. Let's see if we can get my schedule working. Can we do that? It's not come through yet, Mike, and I don't know why.
What, my mail to you?
No, I've got your mail and I've added it, but it hasn't updated in here and I'm wondering why. It would be nice to actually see it. I did take a screen cap of it, but I've no idea where it went on account of the fact everything broke. I'm wondering if I quit it and restarted it. This is going to be fun, isn't it? You sure you want to quit it? Yes, now I've got to rerun it, but it's all right. I've got Alfred. This is a good reason to have both of them, isn't it? In case one isn't working. Do you remember when I updated Alfred and threw all my toys out the pram? Right, let's have a look in my schedule. No, it's still not showing. That's very annoying. That is very, very annoying. I will make sure that's working next week. The thing was, today at 5 o'clock, when I went in and I did that, and I was back at the beginning, I was there. This space underneath here had in it, you have a session at 5 o'clock, do you want to log in? And all I needed to do was press enter. There was no calendar pilfering, there was no where's the link, it was just press enter and it logged me into Zoom. Genius. Total genius. Loved it. So I will make sure that there is one of those. We'll put one in today for next week, and and it should remind us when we're doing the demo, shouldn't it? So do we have any other questions there?
From T. Andrew Caddick, who says, are you suggesting this is an addition to Alfred or a replacement? Sorry, late to the party.
It can certainly do things that Alfred can't do, as Carol's pointed out, things like Tana and its integrations. It has integrations that Alfred doesn't have. So one option is to download it and go to the store. I've got a whole load of things here. This one's actually Google Maps, but never mind. So in the store, which is there, although it says store, you know, it's not paid for. Right, the first thing you can do is search for something. So like in Carol's case, is there anything for Tana? And yes, there is. So you press enter in there and it takes you to it. And this is the extension for Raycast, and this is what it does. And you've then got commands, and it gives you a version history. So basically all you're doing with Tana is a quick add. Some of them have 6, 7, 8, 12 different commands. That one's just got the one, that's what it does. But in addition to searching for something, you've got Explore. So it gives you some featured extensions, but then you've got the whole lot. So if you want to Google Translate from your desktop, you install this. I've got the Spotify player, so I can play Spotify. The Notion one I think I added the YouTube one. Now there's 76 pages of these. The Obsidian one is great. It lets me quick add to Obsidian. I'm contemplating 1Password, but I haven't done it yet. So I've got a whole range of these that I've actually installed and configured, which I will demonstrate next week. So if there's something that Raycast does that Alfred doesn't, then that's one option. Use them both. I've got them both running. There's absolutely no problem as long as they're on different shortcut keys. I think once you start using it, you will get to a point where you will make a decision between the two based on the functionality or just your personal preference. So I don't think it's a spoiler to say I did not expect to be switching. I've paid for a lifetime license for Alfred. I do have in Alfred some things that worked, and I thought I don't expect Raycast to work with them, and then they did. So I'll show you one example. If I do my magic shortcut key like that, and I move back, that was the slide that I had up, and how I work presenting to you in seamless way, let's forget the first 5 minutes of the show, right, is that I move to a black slide. At this stage, PowerPoint is running and it's on the screen, and I want to press a shortcut key like that and have it vanish. But when I finish this section of the show, I want to use the same shortcut key and have it come back so we can move on to the next bit. That's what I want. And Alfred was doing that. So if I show you how Alfred was doing that, go into the preferences, and I needed to write, where have you gone? You're on the other screen. That's right. I had to write an extension of my own, a workflow to do that. So I And I needed one for every single app that I needed to do that with. So in my toggles, you'll see here's my hotkey for PowerPoint. And what I needed to do was write a workflow and allocate it a shortcut key for every app. Not that arduous once you've done it, but I found it tricky to like, where did I put that? Where is the workflow for that? Because I've got multiple of these in a single workflow. So that's how Alfred would do it. I would have to go in here and I would have to be able to do all of this. If we look at how Raycast does that, it was simple. There's me looking for all kinds of weird stuff. And I didn't need to. If I go in here, and this is everything that it can do. If I type PowerPoint, it's an application, so I've got to see the applications folder. The application, if you look at the hotkey, that's what I'm doing. There's no workflow, there's no extension, there's no piddling around. I just go in, I give it a hotkey, and that's it. So I don't have to write the workflow and think, oh, I need to edit that workflow. It's really simple. I just allocate it a hotkey and that's it. So some things like that were just way, way faster in Raycast. So by the time I'd finished, if I find a showstopper, then yeah, I'm going to have a problem. But one of the biggest that I thought I might have a showstopper with is a black hole. I know Kim loves the black hole. Right, if I need to get to the black hole, I want to be able to type something like BH for black hole and it opened the black hole. And it was that simple. It's opened it on another screen, but it's done it. So the folder's actually called Drops for Elaine. If we go up higher, you'll see it is actually called black hole. It's just that there are some subfolders. I didn't need an extension for that. I didn't need any code for that at all. How that's working is, if I go in here, I should be able to type BH, which was the shortcut. Maybe not. Let's try a black hole. It's a quick link. And all I've done in there is told it where. It's that folder on Google Drive. Just open it in the Finder. That's it. If I wanted it to open elsewhere, so if I wanted to open it in Vivaldi or Google Chrome or anything else, I can do that as well. But, you know, obviously in here, all I actually want to do is open up the black hole folder in the Finder. And I didn't need any code for that either. If you look at what that looks like in Alfred, it was complicated. Which window are you opening on? Right, black hole. Where are you? Was it navigation or did it have its own? All of this I wouldn't need. All of this stuff I just wouldn't need. It's not Google Drive. Let me put in black hole and see if I can find it. There we go, black hole. So I needed the keyword BH, and then I needed a script, and I needed to script this. And the thing with Raycast is I just don't need it. So I don't, it's not that I can't write that code, obviously I've already written it, so it's done. But I had to troubleshoot it and make sure it worked, and then when everything changed, which it did about 2 months ago, I had to rewrite it, which I just wouldn't need to do. It's a simple matter of allocating shortcut keys or going in here and putting a quick link into it. So as far as I'm concerned, I haven't found a showstopper yet which would stop me switching. I think you're going to gravitate towards one or the other. It's not a case of which one's better. It's a case of which one's better for you. And that depends on what you're actually doing with it. Right, do we have any more?
We do.
Keep going, keep going.
Daniela says, is there any manual or instructions for full functionality?
Yes, there is. So if we bring this on, now can we get to it from there? Did we go in here? I'm trying to remember where it actually was. It was either a link in here, which I don't recall seeing today, but there was a manual. Nope, it's not there. I've got it open somewhere, but there is a manual. It's actually in Notion, I think. It's a Notion thing. So let's see if we can find it from here. Don't see it directly. Is it at the bottom? In help. There we go. There's the manual. So let's get that full screen. Go on, you know you want to. There you go. That definitely looks like Notion to me. So first of all, you look at the basics. There's a little video for each one. There's text underneath. There's lots of links if there's places that they want to send you. Everything you need is in there. In fact, that's the little thing I took a screen cap of to make sure it could find the Jira thing, which it did. It was stunning, stunning. So everything that you need to get going is in there. As I say, next time I will share my setup with all the extensions that I've put on it. Is that it for questions?
No, Kim says, how about a workflow to pull up multiple websites and apps at the same time?
Should be able to do that. I haven't got one set up to do that, but if Mike makes a note of it, I will try and sort that out for next week. Is that it?
Yeah.
Hey, right. Okay then, I will use my shortcut to get back into there. Last time we looked at Markdown, and I think Mike's opinion of Markdown was it was all a bit of a faff, wasn't it? He's not going to admit that, but he was. He was. Because, you know, it's not that difficult to write it, but it never hurts to have some tricks, does it? So, let's go and look at some of the tricks that I use. So, I'm just going to open up Sublime Text, which is just a standard text editor. When it thinks about opening and decides what screen it wants to go on, oh, there we go. Right, we'll make that smaller so we can see the text. So last week I explained it's plain text. And the reason it's important, before you switch off thinking it's code and I'm not interested, it's important for every modern note-taking app which uses Markdown. So if you just want to type some text, as in this is some text, that's it. That's all you need to do. It was born out of frustration with HTML. So if I wanted, so yeah, that's some text. This is my heading. This is my heading, right? And you will fix that. Okay. And this is some more text. Right, that's simple if it's in text format. But the author that created it, his concern was, he felt it wasn't legible in HTML. There was too much code that was obscuring the content. So if we go up here, what would this look like if it was HTML? Right, you'd have to wrap a heading 1 around it. So you'd have a start heading, you would close it with a /, and you would have that round it. And these, you would pretty much, I can make it faster. So that's one thing, let's make it faster. At the beginning, you would have an opening P, and at the end, you would have a closing P. And that is a paragraph of text. And then, if you wanted to have a bulleted list, which should be really simple, shouldn't it? Oh, no. No, not simple. Right, what you would do with that is you would say, I want an unordered list. And then you'd have to move down to the next one. And then you'd have to say, I want a list item. And there's my item number 1. Don't forget to close it. Need to close your list item. And then you would rinse and repeat. And at the end of it, you would have to go in and you would have to close off your unordered list. And if you didn't do that, it wouldn't render properly. So that is the problem that Markdown was trying to fix. Because what would that look like in Markdown? And the answer is it would look an awful lot easier. So let's put that in and we'll get rid of all of this stuff that we don't need. So I'm going to start with it as text. It would be formatted exactly the same when it was rendered. So once I put this Markdown on it, it will look exactly the same, but it will be much easier to read. So if it's a heading 1, I put a #. This is some text, so I don't need to do anything. This is some more text, I don't need to do anything. And that is a bulleted item. That's it. So how much faster is that to create than the stuff at the top? You would need to know all of the syntax of HTML to make that work. To go back and edit it is a nightmare, as we know from making the emails, which need to be in HTML. So that was born out of frustration. Now, the other things that we looked at, if you want a numbered list, you can do that. So there's item 1 numbered. If you want another item 1 numbered, it doesn't matter if you put in a 1. You can put a 2 if you want. You know, this is item 2. So you could put a 2 in. It doesn't matter what you put in. It will look at it and it will say, there's an item, there's another one, and it will automatically mark it up for you. Now, the trick is then, there's other things in your Notes app, like images. So if you want to put an image in, I do this in a very strange way, which I will show you. But I want to refer to an image that is somewhere else. So this is how I would do that. So what have I got that I can take a screenshot of right now? Okay, let's bring this on. And let's say I want to remind myself that these files that were corrupt, don't ask. Right, you can see they're only 3.5 meg, so they were corrupt. Right, I want a screenshot of that and I want to put it in my Notes app. Now, if it's something like Evernote, if it's Notion, it's easy. Take a screenshot, drag and drop. You can do that in Obsidian. You can do that in any of these Notes apps. But when you put an image in Obsidian, you have to decide, are you putting it in an images folder or are you putting it in the folder where the note is? So Obsidian is really specific when you do that. So if I put them in a central repository, that's great. Why does it matter? Well, it matters because I had 3 images in my Obsidian vault before I came to my senses. And I'd just taken them as screenshots and thrown them in there. They were like 18 meg. My entire notes collection of 2,000 notes was 3K. I'm like, no, 3 meg they were, as opposed to nearly 20. And I thought, this is going to cause problems when it synchronises. So I decided to create this system where I referred to my images. It solved a lot of problems. It solved a problem of my notes becoming bloated. It also solved a problem. If I delete the reference to the image, it doesn't delete the image. So if you're in Evernote and you delete an image, it's gone. It isn't in Obsidian. The image remains where it was. Your reference to it has gone. So I could see a situation where if I wanted to delete an image, I'd delete the reference to it. Then I would have to go and find the image and manually delete it. Well, that's not happening. The third problem was, if I put the image where the note is and I move the note, the image doesn't move. So I thought, best practice, don't put any images in Obsidian's vault, in its storage location. Doesn't mean you can't have images. My Obsidian's got lots of images, but just not that way. So because of that, I developed a system. I have an app called Cloud App, and that lets me, with Command Shift and 7, take a screenshot. So I want to take a screenshot of that. That much will do. And it is uploading it to Cloud App in the background. It will, upload fail, for crying out loud. Why does it do this to me? Data couldn't be read, it isn't in the correct format. You swine. Why has it logged me out? Right, that is not an error to do with anything other than the fact that Cloud App has logged me out. I do not know why Cloud App has logged me out. And I'm hoping that it will log me back in at some point. I love it when you do this to me in a demo, she said through gritted teeth. Oh, why is everything running so slow today? Never again on Friday the 13th, Mike, we're moving it. Right, where's Cloud App? Where are you? Oh, good grief. It's saying it took the image, but it couldn't upload it. So I don't know what that is all about. It usually works sweet as anything. Let's take it again. If it doesn't work, I'll use one of the images that's already up there. Right, fingers crossed, hey? Fingers crossed. Oh, looking hopeful because it lit up here. So fingers crossed that that is actually on the clipboard now. Now, what is on the clipboard is not the image. It's not the image. So if I go up there... Oh, you've disappeared again. Never mind. Right, hopefully it's on the clipboard. Let's find out. It's on the clipboard. Right, so what just happened, you shouldn't see anything. I should take a screenshot. It should happen in the background. It uploads it. it does two things. It uploads the image and then it puts the link to that image on the clipboard, which looks like that. It's a hideously long URL, but that's the image. My problem is to get that in my Notes app, I can't just paste that. I have to do some magic. So I've pasted the link. I would then need to go over here. I would need to put an exclamation mark, and I would need to put these brackets around it, and hopefully that would then show it. In fact, I don't think it is that, is it? Just a minute. Syntax. The syntax I would need, I do believe, is square bracket, then I would need a round bracket, then I would need a round bracket at the end, and then I would need to go in here and then put what that actually is. Now that's an optional step, but it would need to look like that. Who's got the time for that? I don't. So what I do instead is I put the exclamation mark in, and then I type multi-markdown URL, and it does that. Look at it scooting back. It's putting that in the right place so I can type what it is. So if we think about that process, it took me longer to explain it than actually do it. So my process would be take screen cap. So I'm going to try and take another one. Fingers crossed, eh? Right, so I've taken a screenshot. I am hoping it is uploading in the background, and at a suitable point I will then insert it. So I've used one shortcut key at this stage. I'm about to put in the exclamation mark, and then I just need to do one more thing, which is type URL. And if I'd spelt it right, crying out loud, it would put that in, and you can see that's not the same link as the other one, so that's my new image, and that was actually an image of Audio Hijack. So the process is really easy. I don't have to remember the syntax or anything. But how is it actually happening? And how it's happening is I'm automatically expanding URL into taking the path and wrapping the correct code around it. And how I'm doing that is Typinator. So Typinator is a text expansion program. There are others. This one is not cheap. But I like this one. For a start, you can do this with Alfred. Raycast may or may not be able to prompt you, I don't know. But what I do in here is let's look for it. So URL is in Markdown. Right. This is code that Typinator understands. So what it's doing is it's saying, right, at the beginning, type a square bracket. Follow that with an insertion point. So what that bit is saying with a little hat on it is when you're finished, move the insertion point back to here. And you can see that happening because the system's running quite slow. You can actually see it happening. Then type a square bracket. Then type a round bracket. And then whatever is on the clipboard, and remember, what is on the clipboard was automatically put there by Cloud App when it uploaded the image. Take what's on the clipboard and paste that in, and follow it by a round bracket. So while Obsidian, I think everybody has the opinion with Obsidian, it's like the buzzword, and oh, it's going to be amazing. It's very manual. It really is very manual. You're going to be shocked. You know, yes, you can just drag and drop, and if you do, you're going to give yourself problems. It's really manual. It's best if you understand it. So to help you along, create things like this. Little tiny automations that you use 20 times a day that save a ton of time. Because when I see people working in Obsidian and they're dragging and dropping images in, I'm like, that'll never sync. You know, you will reach a point where the vault is too big to sync. Or you'll delete it and then say the vault didn't change in size. No, because deleting the reference doesn't delete the image. It will give you problems. Whereas if you think it through to start with and you create these little hacks to help you along, then life is so much easier. So you can see I've got in here, I've actually got a set of Obsidian ones, which I haven't got anything in at the moment. Oh no, I probably have. There we go. I've got call outs, I've got audible stuff, I've got all kinds of stuff in here that I use to supplement what Obsidian can do by itself. And it's purely for time. It's to save time. So for example, when I come to make a note, I want it to look like this. I want it to have a heading 2. And my heading 2 would actually be a time. So if it were now, it would be 22:59. And then I want a heading 3. And a heading 3 would be the detail. So it might say something like after hours 0177. That's what I want it to look like. But I don't even want to take the time to type that. So if I say time, we see a Typinator prompt at the top. It says 4 o'clock. It's probably a Build a Second Brain session. So I tell it what, and then I put it in. And it does it for me. So Markdown itself is not that difficult, but you can supplement your use of it to make life a whole lot easier. And not just easier, but also down the line. You're not going to reach a point where the vault's too big and you've got to manually triage the whole thing, because you've done it right from the start. So Markdown itself is fairly straightforward. It was created to solve the problem of HTML not being particularly readable, and I have supplemented it with Typinator expansions. You could use Raycast for that. You could use Alfred for that. Do we have any questions before we have the freebie and then look at Obsidian?
We have a question
returned.
from Deborah from earlier.
Yeah.
She's now gone, but she said, has anyone tried Arc, the free browser?
Arc is a new browser that's supposed to be totally amazing. I've been on the list since whenever and I haven't got an invitation yet. But if I had an invitation, then I may be looking at it. But I haven't. If anybody's got one, send it my way.
And Patricia says, are you switching to Sublime Text instead of using markup? I think, Markdown.
Sublime Text is the text editor. All I'm using this for is to show you that it's just plain text. I could be typing this in Obsidian, I could be typing this anywhere. It's not a case of using Sublime Text instead of something. I'm just using Sublime Text to show you Markdown.
And Nick says he's got a few invites if you want one.
Oh, I do, Nick. Please.
Where should it be sent to?
My email address, or you can stick it in the contact form on my website. Hopefully that contact form is actually working.
It should be.
Yeah. That would be fantastic.
I will
Thank you,
test
Nick.
it out and then I'll put the link in the chat.
Excellent. So we've not got any questions about that then. That's just me showing you. I'm not switching to Sublime. Sublime Text is just where I edit text. And I edit things like when I'm editing multiple things. So when I've got timings or something like that. So let's say, can I quickly get to that? Not got everything showing here because things are misbehaving tonight. Let's have a look at the timings from last week. So when Mike has done his magic in here, we have timings. So they're in this format. The timings are in this format. So if I were to copy those, ultimately I want them in a format more like this down here, where they've got more information in. But I've copied the format that Mike has typed in, so the most basic format. And I want to do something with it. So if I wanted to turn those into Markdown links, oh, that'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it? I want each one now to be a Markdown link. Not good. I'd like the timings to be what people see, and if we hang on to your disbelief, let's say these are links, because they would be the way that we do it. But I have a need to manipulate that text quickly. And that's what I use Sublime Text for. So how that works is I select the whole lot, I use a magic shortcut key, and it gives me what it calls multiple cursors. So that's not working too well at the moment. Let's get that back there. Command and A. Multiple cursors. So I can whip back to the beginning. I can put at the beginning a bullet. I can press enter, and the first thing that I want here is a square bracket, so I'll put square bracket in. I move along, I put a closing square bracket, and I don't need those there. What I need at that point is an opening round bracket, and then I move to the end, and a closing round bracket, and then I press escape. and everything is marked up. So basically, I have marked up 8 lines of text in the time it would take you to mark up 1. That's what I use Sublime Text for, text manipulation. But it's only a helper app. It's not a case of using Sublime Text instead of Alfred, instead of Markdown, or instead of anything else. It's just like a blank canvas that I throw my text at, and then I work with it. So that's what Sublime Text is for. Anything else before we have a look at the last thing?
No, I've just sent a test thing from your contact form.
Right, let's have a look, make sure it arrives. Yep, and I've got one from Nick as well, so thank you very much. I will sort that out later. So I think I've got 3 coming in now. Yeah, one's a test from Mike, one's from Nick. Is there 2 from Nick or 1 from Nick? I've got it. Thank you. That's fantastic. Right, okay. So hopefully you're all right with Sublime Text. At that point, I'm going to head back into here and we'll take a breather while you download your freebies. Right, the ones I've got this week, these beautiful backgrounds. VectEasy there is a paid for aspect to it, but the search criteria that I've given Mike to put into the chat is for all the free backgrounds, and I thought they were beautiful this week. The one caveat with them is that you do need to credit them if you use them, but they are absolutely gorgeous. You don't need to credit if you are a paid member, but just using these for free, you do, but they are amazing. And some of them are perfect for Zoom. So there's some that look like offices and things that are great. Right, okay. I want to know in the chat, who is using Obsidian? Who is already using it? Or if not, what app are you using? So what I decided to do with Obsidian is, on one level, it's incredibly simple. Really simple. You just download the app, you install it, you start typing. It's not complicated. But to get to the level that, well, not to the level, but to get to what mine looks like, there's a million extensions and configuration options and all kinds of stuff going on. So I thought, right, well, with the first session, we will do the introduction where this is where you download it, this is what you get, this is what it looks like. And I will walk you through my real system and set up next week. So this will show you how I actually use Obsidian. But we will have skipped in the middle of that all the configuration options and how I got to that point. Because I discussed it with Mike and it was like, that is going to be so boring because you won't know where we're going. So I'm showing you where we're going first. So we'll look at the introduction, we'll look at downloading it and stuff, and then you will work with me and we'll set up next week. And hopefully you will begin to see how valuable it is to have something like that is set up like that. Now, if you choose not to use it in that way, if you choose just to have it as a few text files and you're not linking anything, that's absolutely fine. Everybody uses it a different way. No 2 setups are the same. I swear to you, no 2 setups are the same. So Obsidian itself, I treat it more as an IDE, an integrated development environment. It is completely free and they have guaranteed it will be free for life. So if you compare this, which was why Obsidian did really well when Rome was in the ascendancy, because Rome was not cheap. I think it was £15-16 a month. It was an amazing app, but you know, it's difficult to compete with free. The other aspect of Obsidian versus Rome, Tana, anything else basically, is that it's local first. Your data is in plain text format or Markdown, and it is stored on your local hard drive. If you want access to your notes on multiple devices, you need to sync it somehow. You can either sync it with their sync service, which is how they make money because that is not free, or you can just put it in a supported cloud service and sync it manually. Sync it yourself, basically. Now, if you are not using iOS devices or iPad OS devices, you are minted because you can synchronize it with Dropbox. Always assuming it's in a good mood and it's not Friday the 13th. But if you want to synchronize with an iPad or an iPhone, The only cloud service it supports is iCloud. Insert hysterical laughter here. iCloud works when it feels like it, which isn't often in my case. But I did that when I started with Obsidian. And it coped for about 2 weeks. And then nothing would sync. No amount of cajoling, turning it off, turning it on again, rebooting devices was doing any good. I could not get them synced. So I thought, you know what, 2 weeks in, I know this is the app for me. It's the one that makes me feel warm and fuzzy. So I'll get the sync service. So mine is synchronizing through their sync service. Your experience with iCloud may be different than mine. But the thing with Obsidian is, we talked about this, it's very much a bring your own spanner. It's very basic to start with, and it's the extensions and the customizations that enable you to build something specific to you. We also talked about Gall's law. Gall's law being all complex systems that work evolve from simpler systems that worked. So I mentioned that this week in a session where we met up, and it was an impromptu thing. And one of the newbies said, can I see an example of a system? And somebody demonstrated it and then said, can you show yours? And I showed them the MapByte system. There was no way I built that on day one. It iterated and iterated and iterated over the last 4+ years now. So sometimes you think, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to build the best system going. And it doesn't happen because you don't actually know what you need. With Obsidian, you don't have any other option. You will be starting from simple. But the beauty of it is that perfection emerges. It doesn't have to be built. You don't have to go in and rejig everything. Perfection should technically emerge. So it's a more of a living organic thing. I know that sounds weird, but trust me, it does. So I'm going to come out of that. I'm going to just flick over to this while I set my screen up. So let's flick over to that. And do we have any questions while I set the screen up?
No.
Oh, was it something I said? Why is this misbehaving?
Patience says she's journaling and loving it. Carol says she's got information in there but moved to Tana. Paul has downloaded it but not using it yet. And Danielle is still using Pages.
Right, okay. I'm going to start off fairly basic here. I'm going to show you one page in mine, right, which is today's essay. So it doesn't really get much more basic than that, does it? But what I want to do is show you. Have you put the links in for downloading it?
Not yet. I will do.
Right, what I'm going to do with it, I'm going to close my vault. This may not, this could be the worst idea I've ever had, but I'm going to close my vault and go to Open Vault. Right, so I've got a couple of vaults here. Let's see what we're looking at. I've got Flight School, which is a paid for thing. That's version 1. Version 2 has just come out. I haven't even installed it yet. That's like a walkthrough for it. I've also got Rome Research. And what that vault is, so I've got 3 vaults in total. The Rome Research one is my Rome Research. And all I did was export the whole thing and import it into Obsidian. So if you're moving from somewhere else, Obsidian's incredibly forgiving. Mission Control is my vault. I only really work with one, the other 2 are reference. But you can have multiple vaults if you want. So when you first download Obsidian and you come to install it, what you're going to be looking at is a screen like that, but the left-hand side will probably be blank. Right, you've got a couple of options when it comes to this. You can create a new vault. And this is going to create an Obsidian vault within a folder. But if you already have a folder with some notes in it, you can choose to open an existing folder. So if you have some markdown files, you could actually just open them. If you have paid for Obsidian Sync, which I have, then you would use the third option and set up the sync system, which, unless you're overly keen on seeing that, there isn't really much point in doing it. I think most people will start off with the 1 or 2 option up here. Now, creating a new vault is fairly straightforward. But if you already have some content, what does that look like? So if I show you what my vault actually looks like in the Finder.
Daniela says, can you explain what a vault is?
Well, I'll show you that right now. Right now. In my Documents Local, I have my application support folder, which is where all my data lives. And if I go in there, I have Obsidian. So I'll double click that. I told you my vault was called Mission Control. So this is my vault. And all it is a folder, a standard Mac folder or Windows, it's supported cross-platform, a standard folder with content in it. That's it. So if I open that up, I generally have 6 folders. I have an inbox folder, my daily notes, and then I have Para, projects, areas, resources and archive. At the moment, I am playing around with an extension for projects, and I've installed the demo one and it put it in root. That is your vault. It is nothing special. It is literally just a collection of markdown files. So if we look at the periodic notes, these are the daily notes. I've gone back to 2017 because I must have referenced something in 2017. But I started using this last year. So 2022 is where everything is. You can see in January I've referenced the 26th, no idea what that was, and that's my January index, but they're just plain markdown files, and look at how tiny they are. They're just plain files. I think I started using it in anger in March, April time. So you can see at this point I've got a markdown file for every single day. These are my daily pages, and all they are files that could be opened in a text editor. The vault is just a special name for a standard folder structure. What I've done since is, and not many people, I've not seen many people do this, but it doesn't make sense not to for me. You can create a daily page on the go. So as it crosses midnight, I push a button and I get a daily page for tomorrow. Absolutely useless for me, because I want to have a page for June the 16th because I'm going to put something on it. So what I do, save a lot of heartache, is I have a way to set up the entire year in advance. I have an annual index, and then I have a folder for my weeks, 1 to 52. I then have all the days in January, all the days in February, and so forth. I got carried away and I added 2024 while we were at it, not forgetting that 2024 is a leap year. These are just blank. There's nothing in them. They're just placeholders at the moment. But should I want to make a note that it's somebody's birthday, you know, they're born on the 29th, so it's an important day for them, I can put that in there right now. So I love having the years in hand, but what you're looking at is the vault. It's not some kind of magic casket that what it's got in it you can't see. In that respect, it's the total opposite to Evernote, because that's exactly what Evernote is. Where's a single note in Evernote? Not a clue. The other day I sent about 5 or 6 emails into Evernote for long-term storage. I then, about 2 hours later, opened Evernote to do something else. And I looked at it and I thought, where's my notes? Where's the notes I sent in hours ago? And they weren't there. I thought, brilliant. There's nowhere for me to look. I can't open the database and say, hello, where's my notes? There's literally nothing I can do. So I sent them again. One came through, the other 3 didn't. I thought, you know what, leave it. My new mantra, what's my new mantra, Mike? If it's broken, leave it till tomorrow and see if it's still broken. If it's still broken the day after, think about fixing it. But other than that, I'm not getting embroiled. So I left it. 2 days later, I went in. All the mails were there, and some of them were there twice. Bad words were said. But in here, I can actually see it. Each individual page is in there as a markdown file in a folder. So what you're looking at is a vault. It's all the content of your system. So we have mission control in there. So one thing I could do is go into here and say, new folder, demo vault, and literally start putting stuff in it. So if I wanted to have an inbox, did I put my inbox at 0? I think I just called it inbox, didn't I? There's my inbox. And if I wanted some content, so I'm just going to open my text editor to create some content. So, no, we won't use you. We'll create a new one. This is a sample file, which does not need a capital F. Right, if I save that, gosh, everything's slow. And I'm going to have to do it manually, aren't I? Thank you for that. Right, documents local, application support, Obsidian, demo vault, want it in my inbox. What am I calling it? Excellent. Let's say I'll call it Hello MD for Markdown. Now at this point, is that a vault? No. That was me creating a file. It's going to live in there, but this is not a vault yet. It's just a standard folder. This is what you do to turn that into a vault. You open a folder as a vault. So we'll open that, or we'll click open, and with a bit of luck, it will open some kind of window that will enable me to go and find it. And we're not putting it in there, are we? It is in here. And it is in Application Support, Obsidian, Demo Vault. That is going to be my new vault. It loads a workspace, which is where you work, and that is what Obsidian looks like by default. Has anything happened in the Demo Vault? Doesn't look like it. You've still got one folder and one file. But if I do that, which is enable hidden folders, we have acquired an Obsidian folder. The dot at the beginning hides it, and within here we have the instructional files for Obsidian to know what plugins we've got installed, what CSS we're using, all the kind of stuff that is extra. You don't normally see that, but that folder is critical. That is what makes a standard folder a vault, and it's hidden. If you copy the folder somewhere else, that will go with it, but if that Obsidian folder vanishes, you'll lose all your settings. So when you come to back this up, you back up the whole Demo Vault folder. So that's if you've already got it. If you've already got a folder full of notes that you want in Obsidian, it puts the name of the vault at the top of the column on the left. You open up the index, there is hello, and as I click on it, it loads it into here. This is the name of the file, and this is the contents of the file. It shows you up here where the file is coming from, so it's in the inbox, and it's that simple. But the reason that I wanted to show you this bit first and then move on to mine and then move back is, as that stands, that is nothing like a standard notes app like Evernote. So if you are used to notes apps, Evernote, GoodNotes, Notability, OneNote, notes apps that have their own thing going on, their own vibe, their own interface and their own toolkit. So in Evernote, you can put a backlink in, apparently. You could do that. You could highlight the text. You could add an image. There are commands to do all of that. In here, it's pretty basic, which is why you need to understand Markdown. But it's also basic in terms of there's a handful of things that you can do, but without turning things on, installing things like extensions in Raycast and Alfred, it doesn't do as much as it could do. So if you are trying this for the first time, you sit down, you install it, you open it, and you're faced with that. In fact, it could be worse than that. Let's close that one and make a new vault. We'll go for Open Vault, but we're going to make a new one. So create a new vault. It's going to say create a local vault. Give the vault a name. So we'll call this Demo 2. And then you need to pick a place to put it. So I'm going to hit the browse. I don't want it. Don't put a vault inside a vault. Things won't end well if you do that. But if I put it in here with my other Obsidian stuff, right, it's say the new vault will be placed in this location, click create. All that is doing is adding another folder in here. So if I bring that across, that was our demo vault. We go up one level, we now have demo 2. And in there it has the hidden Obsidian folder, but it's got no content. So there isn't even a welcome note. If you are used to your software hand-holding you, you are going to be horrified. It can do a heck of a lot, but not without your help it can't. So what we've got in there is, if you want to create a new file, let's create a new file. And let's say this is notes from MacBytes After Hours 177. Right, now you're good to go. You can create some notes. So what was the first thing we looked at? Raycast. So if I wanted to make some notes about Raycast, I could make that a heading 1. So if I actually type the heading 1 in and do that, it turns it into a heading 1. If I then wanted to put in things like the admin, so admin and setup, right? That's not a heading, but if I put 2 of those in, now it's a heading. And now I can start typing it. So I'll put a bullet point in and say download from, and I think they do now own raycast.com. So let's put in download from raycast.com. That not being a link at that point, but it could be. If I copy it and I Command K, it's put the square brackets around it. I then paste that in and that should work. So this is how I start to take notes. But again, if you're used to being able to highlight that in red and make that green and bold, you're going to be horrified. It's plain text or plain markdown notes. And it's not an outliner. So Rome was an outliner. Yeah, Rome had some fantastic features. It just all sadly fell apart. But that's a different story. You can outline in it. So if I put in here item 1 and item 2, that's not good there. Right, these can fold up just like an outliner. You can fold it up from any level, but it's not quite the same. So if you're an outline person, not quite the same. But it does have benefits when it comes to writing stuff, that you don't have to switch into a different mode to actually get a piece of written content. Do we want to take it any further? Well, let's have a look what we've got. On the left-hand side, we've got the command bar, which is, this is the quick switcher, and this is the graph view, and so forth. Right, so these are all the things that it can do out of the box. Now, the graph view seems incredibly alluring. Doesn't work too well when you've got one page. I will show you my graph. But there is the graph view. All right, what else have we got? Across the top, we're looking at the files and folders. You can search for stuff, and the search is really useful. You can get down to any kind of level of granularity, but I must admit I don't use it often. And you can star pages, so you can make certain pages favourites if that's what you want to do. Right, this can be toggled off, so your sidebar can be toggled on and off. I don't worry where the files are at all. I'll tidy them up once a week, but beyond that I'm not bothered. I'm used to Rome in that regard. I don't care where the files are. Over this side there is another panel that you can open that has extra information in it. So linked mentions, going in, going out, any tags that you've got listed, and your outline. So if you've got any headings in there, so if we move back to this one where we've got some headings, you can see there's a heading 1 and there's the heading 2. So this enables you to quickly navigate backwards and forwards through it. But that is literally all you're given. What do you think of that? Do you think you'd like a better onboarding experience? Or are you like, yep, I'm quite happy to start from nothing? Let me know in the chat. So that's what you get if you set up a completely new vault. But if you've already got something set up, like you're bringing in notes from Rome, like I did, you will have a structure built. You do not have to do anything to generate the graph view. You don't really have to do anything to create any links or anything either. So whereas in Evernote everything's so arduously manual, You know, you have to have a link from page 1 to page 2 for it to appear as a backlink. It's very manual. In here, this kind of just happens. So when I said you would organically move from basic to something either better or perfect, and it would happen organically, it's literally growing in the background as you work. So let's see something with more content in it. In fact, one that might be a good one in that regard is if we open a vault and we open up the flight school one. That's got lots of content in it. So let's get that up there. This has got videos and all kinds of stuff in it. You can see you can open multiple pages. I have seen them look better than this, rather than have them open up next to each other like that. I haven't opened this in a while. They've added tabs and it's fabulous. So what we've got over here is a whole lot more information. So we've got the vault, we've got folders, 3 folders, and we've got 4 pages underneath. And each of these have got pages of their own in there as well. So once you've got a lot of content in there, it's stunningly amazing. I prefer to have these things. You're going to work? No, you're not. I prefer to have these down here, so when we see my vault, we'll see that. But you can take these, and just like a browser, you can pop them next to each other. So once you see something like this, you think, ah, right, I'm beginning to get it. Whereas Evernote and OneNote are incredibly structured, this is incredibly flexible, allowing you to put pages where you want, maybe use them as reference. So you can put this one to the side, you can put it underneath it by dragging it down there. You can have multiple ones open. It just depends on what you want, but people can get overwhelmed by that, very much so. So if we come out of here and we look at, come on, where you go? Right, so in here I'm going to click on the school map. Right, this should have pretty much the links in it. So you can see there's lots of links in here. Right, if I now go to Command and G, you will see the graph view, which is usually, there you go, there's the graph view. These are all the pages and how they link to each other. So it can be stunning. I mean, it's your world, your globe. You can see everything in there. As you zoom in, you literally start to see links between pages and things like that. So clock this one in terms of, there's a few hubs like the plugins and the hotkeys and a checklist. There's a few hubs. But there's nothing really that's overwhelming everything else. It's quite egalitarian in there. There isn't one bit that's got way, way more links than a lot of others. In mine, there is. Right, let's have a look at mine now and do the work through. Okay, let's open up mine. Dangerous using your real vault, isn't it? But it is, it's my real vault. Right, it should take us back to that essay. Right, that is just one page. You can see up here that there is a resources folder. There's ship 30 within there. Then there's this cohort, and then there's the final posts folder, and this is the final post for today. So that's what we're looking at. We could see this in the Finder. It would be really simple to go and get that. So compare what I'm about to do with Evernote and OneNote. You can't do that. So let's go into it. Mission control. There's my Obsidian folder with all my settings in at the top, and these are my folders. So where did I say that was? Oh, in resources. It's in resources, and I've got all kinds of stuff open here, but there's ship 30. And I've got some notes here. I've got my captain's table stuff. I've got my work in progress. But this is the cohort I'm working on. And what we're looking at in here, these are individual notes pages for all of the calls. This is the index I've created. And this is the final folder up there. And there are all the days. And that is day 7. And if I show it to you, it's exactly the same. The difference is this is showing you the markdown with the links on it, with the headings and the dashes. Whereas what you're getting in here is an interpreted view of this. It's not showing you the markdown, it's showing you an interpretation of the markdown. So my heading 1s are a kind of green colour, my heading 2s are blue, my heading 3s are orange. So it's interpreting it. But it is just an individual file. If I wanted to ping that to Mike for him to check, I could literally just text him that file. And it's only 2K. So I must have written more on day 3. Let's have a look what day 3 was. Oh, I removed a load of stuff and then added stuff at the bottom as well, and I ended up with 2 of them. That's why. It's been a bit of a week. So that's what I've got there. These ones are all 0. I have notes for them, but I don't write them until I'm ready to write them. So that's what we're looking at in here. And all you're getting through Obsidian is an interpreted view of this. Right, I don't think, did I put, what have I done at the bottom here? Yeah, I've got backlinks that I'm showing at the bottom. So let's have a look what that means. I've got this one file. What day did I write it? I know which cohort it was, but what day did I write it? And you might be tempted to put the date in here. But backlinks mean I've already got the date, it's 13th, and there's the link to it. Also, this is part of a page. So this is a page, the 13th of January, and this is a page, the index page. And it's showing me day 7 is listed on this page. So if I click on that and we go to that page, you're going to open for me. There we go. It even highlights it that that's where we came from. So we have a link between that page and this page. But I didn't bother in the day 7 page adding a load of links to it. I didn't need to, because I'd referenced that day from within here. So that's how it got a backlink. And in here I've got everything. I've got this at the top, which is an index to everything ship 30. So these are all the cohorts that I've done. I've got resources for this cohort. I've got research that I've done for this cohort. These are links to the sessions. So we had a session today at 5 o'clock. There's the notes from it. And these are already created, ready up to the 5th of February when we finish. They're already there and created. These are all the essays that I'm doing, the 30 days, and then I've got my comms. So what these are the mails that they've sent, and the links here link out to Google Mail, Gmail, so I can read them if I need to. If it's like I needed to do something after that when they sent the replay and I can't remember what, then I can go in here, click that, and it will open that mail for me. So I don't have to do what we tend to think about doing with Evernote and all the other apps, Notion. I'll capture that email. I'm not interested in capturing it. I'm not putting emails in here. A link to it's good enough. As soon as I click it, it'll open in the browser and I can read it. So why would I capture it and put it in here and pollute my notes? So I don't. So my notes are incredibly narrow and focused, and that way everything is snappy. You know, I'm not wading through. When I look at Evernote, it's like, why did I do that? I've captured all kinds of stuff. It's that bad that it's not even worth organising it. So I don't. I just shove everything in the archive, and if I need it, I'll find it. But I take no joy in using Evernote. I take a joy in using this because I know the only stuff that's in here is literally the stuff that needs to be in here. So I'm suggesting a work through with me. So you need to see my setup. So it looks fairly similar at the minute. Why have I gone for light when everybody else goes for dark? And that's because there is a thing in here called callouts. And callouts are beautiful. Let me show you what the callouts look like. So if I go to the release notes, this is the release notes for Obsidian. And these are callouts. So the little expansion means if you click it, it will show you what was updated in that version. And I think it was this one that was the big one, that was the first one after Christmas. So we have in here a call out, which is the orange colour. You can expand them, and then within them you can put standard markdown. So this is a heading 2, these are bulleted lists, more heading 2s and so forth. And I thought that the call outs looked amazing in the light version and not quite so good in the dark one. So I went for the light view literally for that reason. So although this is text and it's basic markdown, look how pretty it can be. It doesn't mean that it's not like notionable. in terms of the grids that you have with the graphics and the galleries and stuff. You can make this incredibly pretty if you want to, or you can make it as plain as anything if you want to. And the great thing is copying out of here and just pasting into somewhere else, and then it just works. So that's the call outs. That's why I've gone for a light theme. Other things you need to be aware of. I do have the right and the left panels. So if I open this, you can see, if we go in there and we fold that up, that is a representation of your vault. But if you look at that, doesn't it look very, very, very similar to the folder structure? And that's because that's exactly what it is. Everything that we had in there, so the periodic notes, is exactly the same. It's just giving you a view of it in here. There's all the years we had. There's the 2022, and it was March, April time. There they all are. So that is the folder view. I don't tend to use that much. I tend to leave everything going to the inbox. So you can see there's 20 files in there in 2 folders. And sort it out at the end of the week if I'm bothered. Then you can run a search. So you've got all kinds of stuff in here that you can search for. You can have starred files, and I've got some of these. And I have this, which I was looking back at in Rome. I went into Rome and I thought, I missed the sidebar. And then I thought, well, why don't you just do that in the side? Why don't you just make one? And you can. So all I've done with that is create a page. And the page is called, because you would normally see the name, the page is just named with an emoji. That's the name of the page. And that's what's in it. So it's my quick way to get to my index. This is the research I've been doing for Ship 30. This is some notes on Obsidian for Beginners. This is my reading list. I'm putting down all the books I want to read this year. Yesterday, I wanted to create the YouTube link for this show, so I did that. And I left it there so I could show you. And I've got some pages that I'm going to show you in here. So we've seen the release notes. So literally, this will then follow me around all day. The other side is even more interesting. This looks way better on a bigger screen. So first of all, you have the calendar at the top. Now, you used to have a calendar in Rome, but it was on a drop down, and you wouldn't think it made that much difference. But oh, did it aggravate me that I had to click the drop down before I could go to the calendar days. But this will navigate me to the days. So if I click on the 16th, you can see there is my page for the 16th. There's nothing on it. I don't think there's anything on many pages next week. That's what we're going to do. It won't take that long. This is my Pomodoro. Oh, I've got some links as well at the top here. So if I've got links in and links out, they're up there as well. But I leave that set to the calendar. My Pomodoro is where I start work, and if I click start, it will start counting down. At the end of 25 minutes, it will give me an alarm that will go off. I can pause it, and you can choose to take a short break or a long break, but we'll do that, and we'll start it. I've also got here an outline, so there's no headings in this file, but if I had an outline, they would be in there. I've got all the tags that I've got in my system, and that's my scratch pad, and that's just got a graphic in it. Most of the time I am on there. And all that is, that's reset because I went away. But all of that is an embed. So there's that counting down. Let's start doing some work. So what I actually do in mine is I would start the week on the Monday. What do I need to know about Monday? So I open my calendar. So I've got my calendar open for next week in a browser. My calendar's alarming. Oh, come on, let me see my calendar. Right, I'm looking at it. So let's start with Monday the 16th. In fact, Monday's a quiet day. Have we managed that, Mike? Unless I put on a session or something. So let's skip Monday. There's nothing happening on Monday. Right. Oh, I could put playtime down, couldn't I? But I won't. I'll go to Tuesday. Right, Tuesday I actually have a session. So I do not put my daily page at the top here until the day. That's because if I do this, don't worry about how any of this is happening. This is just it happening, right? So I put in something for a daily note. Now, the thing with this is it's not correct, as you can see. It's saying it's Friday, but the 17th is Monday. And these won't be correct either. and these won't be correct. So this is half automated. So I put this in on the day, but the page itself exists. So it would actually look like that, but that would say Monday, and everything else would work properly. So I don't do that until the day. But let's have a look. We're going to imagine, like we did before with the system preferences, that all of that works, that is correct. Right. What I then start to do is work my way through what I already know about. And if you look at the bottom, I've got here that there is a Build a Second Brain session. And I happen to know what time that is. But remember, I'm looking at my calendar as well. So my quick notes are at the very end here. All right. They are things that I just throw down on the day as I'm going through the day. But the rest of the day, this is what I do. So if I'm putting something in right now, I would do this. And it would give me the time, and it would give me a level 3 heading. And I would say we are in 177. And then I would start putting the details. So I'm demonstrating Obsidian. And this is what I would call, if I could spell demonstrating, this is what is interstitial journaling. I'm just noting things down as they're happening. That's how I work with it. But that's not what I want to do at the moment. And I can't use that shortcut because it's got the time right now. And I need to put in a note for this session for next Tuesday at 4 o'clock. So this is what I do instead. You've already seen this. There's the time thing that I talked about. And I want to put a time in it, which is 4 o'clock. And it is Build a Second Brain, but I'm not particularly concerned about that. And I will show you why. Just want it to put a time in and put all the formatting in. Now, it's not doing that properly, and I have no idea why. That's better. Right. So it's put the time in, and it's put the 3rd level heading in. Right. It's a Build a Second Brain session. If I put in BASB, I'm going to come up with all kinds of stuff. But if I put in there 16, that will filter it down. And we can see from the bottom it's 2A. So if I type 2A in, what comes up at the top then is a page that already exists for me to take notes for that session. So I click on that and it automatically sorts it out. Right, that page already exists. If it didn't already exist, so if I say new page, it's a slightly different colour. It's much, much paler. So that tells me that that page exists. But I don't know what kind of state that page is in. So what I can do is click on it. And that will take me through to this page. And I'm going to give this a quick once over. That date's wrong for a start. That should be the 17th. 17th, 4 o'clock. Tiago's delivering it. This is the series. These are the notes. And at the bottom, I have a link to all of the other sessions. So I can click and go straight to them. And I've already got a call out in there for me to say, you know, follow up on this or link to this page. So I'm building that up. That is already there. I don't really need to do anything with that. But if I get an email that says we're going to look at para, so the stated intention of the session is we're going to have para and we're going to have the O of code, which is probably exactly what we're going to do. I can put that in there. And then as I'm going through it, if I've got a transcript, I will add it. I will take the line out of that and I'll put my notes in it. So the first thing I do when the session starts is go in there and start typing in my notes. So I am ready for that session. Right, so I can go back over here. What else have I got on Tuesday? Oh, I've got a writing. Oh, I've got ship 30. In fact, I've got a clash, so that's going to be a problem. But in here, I have another thing. So again, I'm going to put in time. It's not 4 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock. And this time, it's a ship 30 thing. So if I just wanted to quickly put in ship 30, and okay, great. But just like the other one, I really could do with having a page and having that page ready. So go back to there and put in 2 square brackets. But this time it's ship 30. Can't remember, and you can see I've got all kinds of stuff in here. I can't remember what it's actually called or what number it is, but that's fine because I know what date it is. So it'll be 2023-01-17. Oh, it's session 4. And there's my notes already there for it. So now if I click on this, I don't have anything there. So it's not as fully formatted, as fully fledged as the second brain one. It's just a blank page. That's not good. But, and again, don't worry about how I'm doing this. That's for next week. I'm just doing it. That's all we need to worry about. So ship 30 for 30 notes, insert, there they are. Isn't that fabulous? So I would close this up. I would put the stated intention from the email, whatever that was for the session. In here, I know that that is 5 o'clock. So I'll put in 5 o'clock and I know the date. So 0117, it's going to come up with that one there. I can do that and we're good. This at the top is metadata, and sometimes I bother and sometimes I don't. I don't use much in the way of automation, but it's there if I need it. So sometimes I do go up there and put the time in. You don't see that if you go into this view, which is the read view. So it's nice and neat and tidy and it's ready to go. So I've set up Tuesday. And it means that when 4 o'clock comes and I go into Raycast and it says you've got an appointment, do you want to log in? I just say, yep, you do that. Log in, click that link, I'm ready to go. I am focused and I'm taking notes, and that's it. Same thing at 5 o'clock. It's going to be interesting that this one runs till 5:30 and this one starts at 5, but that's a whole different story. You can work around that. Right, what have I got on Tuesday? Oh, Tuesday. No, that is Tuesday, isn't it? Let's go on to Wednesday. Right, so, never mind where we are over there. It's Wednesday the 18th. So Wednesday the 18th is interesting. Again, I'm not particularly concerned about anything at the top. I will fix that later. But I happen to notice from here, I've got a session. So I would be using my Typinator thing to say that my session is actually at 10 o'clock. And it's a second brain one. So that's my placeholder. That's sufficient at the moment. The other thing I would be putting in there is, so I'm going to go back and do that again. So a timed event. This one is 8 o'clock, I believe, and it's Crystal Palace and United. So there is a match on. Right. Now, I need to put the link in for this for a start. But this is interesting because what I'd be looking to do, I'd be putting the score in there. But how do I remember on Friday when I'm playing with my slides that I need to put that in? Well, right, I go here and it's the next show, the next after hours. In fact, I can be more precise than that. It's the next week at Matt Bytes headquarters. So I hashtag it. If I put in next, you can see I've got VIP next, which means it goes in the next VIP mail, goes in the next Matt Bytes, it goes in the next week at Matt Bytes headquarters, or it goes in after hours. Well, this one is the week at Matt Bytes headquarters. That means at the end of the week, all I need to do is click on that and it will filter out anything and everything that I want to include in the presentation. So I am not throughout the week thinking, oh, I've got to put that in the presentation. I've got to switch context and go and make a note somewhere else. It's all done in here, and that's why there are times on it. So I would sort out that brain one, but I won't because we've already seen it once. I've got another one on the 19th. Oh, in fact, I can with this one because I know exactly where it is. So, easiest way to do that, build a second brain. It's cohort 16, and it is 2023, and it's the 18th. And that will filter it down to 1, but I don't need to know that it's 2B. So click on that, I'm ready to go. Right, on the 19th, I have 2 things. So let's put in a time. I'm typing that fast, it can't keep up. Right, I've got another second brain at 10 o'clock, which is a Q&A. So it's, let's put it in as that. I don't think I've created the pages for that. Let's find out, shall we? Right, let's put that in, and it's a Q&A. I haven't created a page for that, but I can see from what's coming up when I go in there. It's a Q&A, and would it be 1B? No, I don't think it would be. Be Q&A, and I think it's number 2. So it's the second Q&A. And I can just leave that on one side. Now, what I do tend to do, so I know with my notes when they were, is that I put the date in it. That isn't a link or a backlink to the day, it's just attached to the file. Right, and the other thing I had to do that day, or was that it? No, that's it for that day. That takes me on to Friday when I've got another session. So, Friday. I've already put that one in. So this is my Captain's Table Mastermind session on Friday at 5 o'clock, so that's already in. I've got another Ship 30 on Saturday, so I would put that in. Don't think I put it in yet. And there's an Arsenal match on there. Oh, and my Dropbox subscription will renew, so that's in there. So that is what I do. That's the work with me. That's my workflow. But it does mean that at the end of the week, all I need to do is to click on a hashtag, and it will automatically show me everything in relation to that. So if I want to do a review of all the Build a Second Brain stuff, then I put a hashtag on it. And at the end of the week, I review it. Simple as that. Now, one thing I will show you is the graph view. So I think it's just that. Right, that will show me the entire graph. So this is my graph. We saw a graph before. Mine's got a heck of a lot more in it. Now, mine looks very different in terms of, yes, it's circular, but there's a lot of odd dots around the outside. If we zoom into some of these, so if we pick some right on the edge here, you can see, like a system guide for the Affinity apps. That's bizarre. It's not linked to anything, and it certainly should be. But these are mainly dates, and that's because those files aren't hooked up to anything yet. So they appear on the outside of your graph. You could filter them out if you wanted to. Then as you look in here, there's certain ones like this. That was my Ofsted training. So it's linked to a date, probably. There's the date. It was the 3rd of November. I remember it being direly boring. But it was the 3rd of November, and these are the links off it. So let's move that across. Let's see what else we've got. You can see it gets very dense over here. So if we zoom into some of these, I'm reckoning some of these are going to be sessions. That was Build a Second Brain 14. That one is probably the most intense, because since then, if I can find 15 and 16, that's my recordings. Draco, what's this one? That's one session. What we got here?
Jamie says that graph looks like COVID in a cellular form.
Like, if you look at that one, that's my Ship 30 content ideas, and it's linking out to all the places that I've mentioned that. So when I said it grows organically, this is what I mean. It does grow organically. That one is the index page for Ship 30 in October 2021. So it's linked to a single page, which will be its date, and then this over here is all the content of it. Now, some people that have said to me, oh, I want to use Obsidian. I'm like, why do you want to use Obsidian? I want to use the graph. Look at it. What for? I mean, it's mildly interesting, and you can get a video out of it. You can export a video of how your graph grew. You know, the order that you put the pages in and what linked to what. But really, you're using it? You can filter it. You can add groups. You can display it differently. You can change what's shown. You can add colours to it. But I don't see anybody actually sitting down and working through it. I could be wrong. Are you a person who would sit down and work through the graph? The graph's something you kind of forget it's there. Unless you absolutely think, I was sure I had more notes on this, let me look at the graph and work through it, I would tend to leave it alone. But that's just me. You may absolutely adore the graph. Who knows? But that is what I then do. So what that gives me is, as I go back to... Oh, there's nothing on Monday, was there? We didn't do anything on Monday. But in here, I can then start to navigate around. So without looking at my files, which we've already seen, they're in the file system, but without looking at them, I can go to the next day. Only, of course, this is the 14th, not the 17th, because that's today. But I've put these links in so I can go to yesterday and I can go to tomorrow. I can also go to last week, this week, and next week at the top. I track any events that need to be all-day events, birthdays and stuff. I love to track what I read and if I watch anything, but you know, watching is usually blank. Happy Valley. Happy Valley. In fact, that's what I would do, isn't it? on the 22nd, in my watch, I may put in there Happy Valley. And that would be, we don't spell it like that. That'll be episode 4. Oh no.
3.
Not on... No, it's 3 this week, Mike. It'll be 4 on the 22nd. I can't cope. I can't have it going away. I would just put that on it. If there's something that's important, so, you know, your Dropbox subscription is going to renew soon. And that, as you can see, is just another Gmail link. I grab the thing and I use another magic bean, which I'll show you how to do, that turns it into bold and highlighted so you don't miss it. So I tend to do that with birthdays. And that generates the week for me. So if I'm then starting to work, so it's the 17th, which is not Monday, but in here. So the first thing I would do is I would click in here and I would then log into there and I'd make my notes. And when that session's over, I would then go back to my daily view, which I don't actually have to do on there. I can use Option and D, but I would go back to the daily view because I'm straight into another session of Ship 30. Right, once I'm in Ship 30, I did have this. I don't know why I've taken it away. That's strange. Let's do it on Second Brain because I think it's there on Second Brain. Right, if he says something about an upcoming session, so let's say we're looking at 3A. And what's happening here is as I'm hovering over it, you can see there's a placeholder there, but there's nothing else there. So he tells us in this session what he's going to do in 3A. So I click on 3A. I lose the fact that that is in there. I use my template and I put in a Build a Second Brain session. And I would put whatever the stated intention was in there. I would probably put in admin notes what this is. So this is probably going to be the distill session. So I would put that in there. If there's anything I need to have ready, you know, do homework, I would put that in there as well. So I'm not navigating with the app. I'm navigating my notes. The app becomes transparent. I'm not thinking where's the back button, where's the forward button and all the rest of it. I'm using my notes as the navigation between this stuff. And that is how I use it. Now, obviously, I've got a lot of stuff going on here. I've got plugins, extensions, configurations. I've made pages, custom pages, got all kinds of things going on. To actually set that up would take some time. So, for instance, when I created that new vault, none of my shortcuts worked. Because if you go into your settings, you have in here hotkeys. And these hotkeys, you can set a hotkey for anything. And you can see how many of these there are. And you can see how many I've set up. But they are per vault, which is a good idea. You might think, no, that's a terrible idea. I want them per application like everything else. If I set up a shortcut key in Affinity Publisher, I want it in all my files. But in here it's a great idea because it makes it portable. You can create a vault of your notes about Second Brain and then you can share them with somebody and you can tell them what shortcut keys to use because it's custom per vault. So actually it works really well. If, like me, you have a whole range of shortcut keys and you need to make a vault to share and none of your shortcut keys are working, it's actually really easy to transfer all of those. You remember that Obsidian folder that was .obsidian? That's where all of the settings are saved. You also have in here two types of plugins. You have core plugins. Some of these are, well, I've got a lot enabled, a lot. And I also have some community plugins as well. We will talk about this next time. But all of this takes time to set up. So I remember when we were setting you up, Mike, and I think you thought it was a simple case of I've downloaded it, I've installed it, I'm good to go. And I'm like, no, you're not. You need to go in and you need to configure the shortcuts and you need to build this and you need to install that. And all told, it was probably about 3 days later, wasn't it, when everything just felt right. So it does take a little bit of time to set up, and that's why I've done it the way I've done it. If you are not interested in your notes being like the way I'm using my notes, where the notes themselves are the navigation and everything just builds on itself, then maybe Obsidian isn't for you. But if you are, then having seen what it can do, it's a good step then to go back a step and say, right, well, that's a naked install. What do I need to do to it to get it up to what Elaine's doing with it? And you would need plugins, extensions and configurations and more. So who thinks they might be interested in using it? And who's running for the hills? Let me see if I can see the chat. And do we have any questions, Mike?
I've got 2 questions. Carol said you're tempting her to go back to Obsidian. Patricia wanted to know what your whip folder was in the favourites.
Whip in the favourites.
What is your whip folder / drive in the favourites?
Oh, not those favourites. Hang on. I'm trying to see where that is. Was it a drive?
I don't know.
It would mean work in progress. Wherever you've seen it, it would mean work in progress.
And Patricia says, I'm using Scrivener for notes and the Apple Notes app and can't do one more app. Does it replace Evernote or apps? Why more than one app for notes?
I generally put my stuff in 2 places with a third hovering around the edge. Right. Does it replace other apps? It certainly can do. If you want it to, absolutely it can. I mean, look at Carol. There she is using the #1 app that people are trying to get invited to. And she's thinking about moving back to Obsidian. Some apps will resonate with you, other apps won't. I mean, I used Evernote for years. Did I love it? No. It was functional. It did the job. Once it started to be more of a pain than a joy, I then used OneNote. And we did a series of shows on why I use OneNote. And it was all absolutely accurate. The problem with OneNote was the system I had did not scale. So I didn't love it. It was good enough. I used it. Then I eventually ended up on Roam, and I did love Roam. It was external factors with Roam that kind of put a stake through its heart, in a way. And I fought against going to Obsidian until Notion had a moment. And Notion was down for the majority of January last year. And I was saying to Mike, I need the notes and I need them local. I need to know that I'm going to be able to see them. I said, I'll try Obsidian again. So I went and tried it again. And somehow this time it just clicked. I think they'd developed it a lot more. And it's a joy to use. So with those daily pages, Mike had some missing. It's like a Panini sticker album, wasn't it? Mike had some days missing. And I said, why are these days missing? He said, I didn't open it that day. And I'm like, what? I come in and the first thing I do is open Obsidian. I absolutely love it. It thinks the way I do. So it really suits me. Now, it could be that Evernote really suits you, in which case, don't change. You should have an instinct about what you like to use and what you don't like to use. I mean, there's certain apps that I just don't want to open. It's like, oh, it'll break, or oh no, I've got to open this and do something. Maybe upload a file with CyberDoc or something, and I have to do it, and I don't want to. And you should listen to yourself. If you find yourself thinking, I don't want to do that, maybe it's time to look for a new app. So I come in and I can't wait to get Obsidian open because I know, probably because I can trust it. You have to trust your Notes app. You have to have complete trust in it, which is what David Allen says with GTD about a system. You have to be able to trust it. And I trust Obsidian because it's local first, it's backed up. It's backed up every 5 minutes. That's an automation that I put in place, not through Obsidian, but I back it up every 5 minutes. So I'm never going to lose more than 5 minutes work for a start. I know it's local. I know it will sync. You know, I'm paying for it to sync, and I've had no issues whatsoever with it syncing. Touch wood. Thankfully, we're not at Friday the 13th anymore. We're now Saturday the 14th. Thank the Lord. It's the app for me. That doesn't mean I've seen Tana, but I've not moved to Tana. No, there's no mobile app. That's not working for me. But I have seen that the features in there, and how I look at it is the way that I looked at Raycast. Quite sceptically, this is not replacing Alfred. It's not replacing Alfred. That's nice. It's not replacing Alfred. That's cool. I think it could replace Alfred, but I didn't go into it with that intention. And Whereas other people, somebody said to me this week, I'm not wasting my time looking at another app. Especially if I decide I'm going to stick with the first one, then it's a waste of time. And I said, no, it's not. Looking at another app forces you to think about every workflow you're already using. And even if you decide that that app is not for you, it's made you rethink your workflows in the other app. And you'll go back and you'll tighten them up, and you may add extra and you may delete some that you don't need anymore. You're just thinking it through. So yes, it can replace any number of apps if you want it to, but it doesn't have to. You guys know that I track my Ship 30 in Notion. It's pretty. It's got pictures. I've been doing that since 2021. But I write it in Obsidian. Why? Because there's a word count in Obsidian and there isn't in Notion. Oh, and incidentally, coming to paste my written word into Notion, the paste isn't working this week. So I think it's always useful to have alternatives that you are familiar with for when something breaks. Seriously, I have Google Keep, Simple Note, and Bear ready to go. They're logged in, they've got accounts, they're tidied up, there's no notes in there. Any tags that are important are in there, but at the minute, there's no notes. But should something catastrophic happen to any one of my other notes apps, I'd just look at it. That is telling me it's gone into extra time on the audio. I'd just look at it and I'd start up and running with whatever the replacement app is. So what are you doing, for crying out loud? Get off this screen. Go on the other one. In addition to Notion and Obsidian, I use Drafts. And Drafts is a quirky app. It's billed as where text starts. And I use that because it's where text starts. So if I'm downstairs and I don't have a device, I've got my watch. So what I would do with my watch, I'd tap, it's on my home screen, I would tap it and I would dictate a note into Drafts. And when I come back to my computer, I open Drafts and I send it to Obsidian and then I start working with it. So it's all about workflow. And if you're happy with what you've got, then you don't need to change. But if you see something that's like, oh, that could save me time and that could do this. Now, when I say I've got Notion and Obsidian and Drafts for notes, I treat Scrivener as different. Scrivener is a whole writing environment. If you're using it for notes and it works, that's great. But I'm using it for different things. I'm using it for MacBite show notes. I am using it to generate emails. If I'm writing something like a long form tutorial that's going to be like 30 pages, I'd probably do it in Scrivener. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't start in Obsidian. It probably would. An idea might start in Drafts, get transferred to Obsidian, get written up in Obsidian, and then get transferred to Scrivener. It's whatever workflow works for you. I wouldn't be cranking Scrivener out to write a Ship 30 essay, and having one Scrivener file per essay. That's not happening. So that is in Obsidian. But no, it doesn't have to replace it, but it can if you want it to. So what else have we got, mate?
Joe says, have you looked at Joplin? And Jammy says, is Bear any good?
Bear is beautiful. Bear is a beautiful, beautiful app. It's smooth, buttery smooth, as Steve used to say. But there's no physical organisation beyond tags. And that's a bit of a showstopper for me. It's also Apple only. But I do have Bear, and Bear is fantastic for conversions. So if you are in Evernote and you export an Emacs file, Obsidian has no idea what that is. No idea whatsoever. So you can't just import it. But Bear does. So Bear sits between the two, acting as a translator, and it says, oh, that's an Emacs file. What would you like me to output? And if you say a Markdown bundle, out it comes as a Markdown bundle, and Obsidian says, thanks for that, and opens it. So Bear is fantastic for conversions. Absolutely fantastic. In terms of note-taking, it is a lovely experience, but once I get to a certain point, it's not scalable for me. I know with Obsidian it's scalable. I mean, I literally bunged in almost 800 pages of daily pages. But think of creating, that'll be what, 750 daily pages in Evernote. That's going to take you a while. How did I do it in here? Let me see if I can find the file. Let's do a Howder spot and see if I can find the file. Oh, this poor machine is struggling manfully. 2, 3, 4, zip. Do you know what? I'll do it so you can see it. I was going to save this, but I can do it. Right, let's open up that in the Finder. I take what Paul's saying, that it's a bit on the manual side, and I totally get that. What I would say about that is not necessarily a bad thing, it being manual, when you see what you can do with that. So I'm not sure. When did I put that up there? Oh, I don't think that's the right file. I will show you next week why manual is a good thing. Make a note of that, Mike. I will show you how I will add 2025. To add 750 pages took me about a minute. And if there's some text that's in here and I want to triage it by turning it into links, you saw me take that into a text editor, do it, and then put it back. I would then put it back into Obsidian. It's not for everybody. And that's why I did this work with me session. Because it's not for everybody. And if you want to take the opinion of like, no, it's not for me, then you're not going to be interested in setting it up that way. So if everybody says not interested, too manual, then fine, we won't do it. But if you are interested in how you get a setup like mine and how the thing can grow organically, then let me know and we'll do that. So I will demonstrate how I add 2025 next week. I love the fact that I can control things from outside. But Evernote, OneNote, Bear, no, they're not going to do that. Notion can up to a point. The trouble with Notion is, and Rome and anything else like Tana that is hosted on the web, 1 minute something's working and the next minute it's not. So this week I had my essay. So, you know, my Ship 30 that we just looked at. Let's load that in. Why is my index blank? Ah, that's better. Right, so my essay today included some bullet points down the bottom there. When I copied and pasted that text into Notion, it threw all its toys out the pram. I know this works. I've been using it for over 4 years, but it's not working today. It wasn't working yesterday. So we're at that stage of like, it's not working, I'll leave it till tomorrow. If it's working then I won't bother. But if it's not working, then I'm going to have to find a way to work around it. But as I paste it in, it looks hideous. Can we see that? Let's go there. Let's stick it at the bottom there. Right, so I'm in here. Technically speaking, well, not technically speaking, this is Markdown. So I should be able to just grab hold of that. In fact, I think I can take that as well. Right, and copy it. So I've copied it. If I take that and I want to put it in here, so let's take that full screen, get rid of those, and let's put it down here. Right, so I'm just randomly going to paste it in here. It should just paste in, and it should look reasonable. Is it having a think about it? No, it's not, because the page is locked. Let me unlock it. Oh, come on. Right, let's click there and paste. That's not what I want. It's pasted it as a single block. It's not interpreted these as headings. It's not turned these into bullet points. And the backslashes that I need to do to escape these symbols are still there and they shouldn't be there. And that doesn't look as bad as it looked about 6 hours ago. It looked even worse then. It brought them in and they were fragmented, and all of these came in over multiple lines. So it's just doing weird stuff. So you always do need to have an alternative notes app there for when stuff like this doesn't work. Or that's my experience anyway. So do we have any more questions?
Did you answer the one about Joplin?
Joplin does a very good job of converting stuff as well, but beyond that I haven't used it. So I know it can convert stuff beautifully, but I've never actually used it in Anger as a notes app. What else we got?
That was it.
Right, okay. Paul would like to see a build with me in Obsidian. Seeing how easy or difficult it is to do something is always helpful. It's not that difficult. I would say it because it grows with you. Once you think, do you know what, I could do with a way of doing X, you will find that there is a way of doing X. You will go and find that extension and you will install it, and then your life will be complete. Like me with my little Pomodoro. You know, that's it's not exactly a dirty hack, but it's a hack. You know, this sidebar over here, it's not a feature. I've just made a page, and that is what this icon is at the top, and the little pin. The pin means when I click on one of these, don't load it into this page. It means open it in another tab. So there's always a way to do something. So I agree with you. I love Build With Me's, because even if it's a completely different app, I think, how can I make X do that? It could be a Notes app, it could be Raycast, it could be anything. You know, how do I make my app do that? And sometimes you'll switch and sometimes you won't. It just depends. I think there is a scope. I know some people have this belief that there's one app to rule them all. You will find the app and it will do everything. It won't. That app does not exist. It can't exist, because your requirements will change, and it can't read your mind. So even if you find the perfect app today, it might not be the perfect app tomorrow. So being aware of what the apps do, and maybe supplementing one app with another app. Like, I open up Sublime Text 50 times a day just to manipulate text, because it's faster than doing it in anything else. But that's because I know all the shortcuts for Sublime Text. It's worth it for me to do that. If I want to process something and it's a set process, so I do the same 15 steps every time, that won't be in Sublime Text. That will be in BBEdit, because I'll be able to create a macro to do it. So it's a suite of applications that taken together is your tech stack that supports exactly what you need it to do. Not what I need it to do, not what somebody you've seen on YouTube needs it to do, not somebody who's sat there and made a bullet journal and it's really pretty, but you know, I can't paint. It needs to suit you. So hopefully the build that I show you, you'll get some ideas. You may think some of the stuff that I put in is like, I absolutely need that. Other stuff will be, no, I don't need that. But maybe you need something else. So ask the question and we'll find something that will work the way that you work. Right, there is a question there, is there?
Yeah, there's two questions. Do you know anything about Nimbus?
Yeah, I did a demo on Nimbus. Might be able to find that. It was a good while ago, about 3 years ago. It was when Evernote its death was being prematurely announced. It's a really good app. It can import everything that you can export from Evernote, and it is a really, really nice app. The problem I had with it was you can get everything in it, but don't try getting anything out of it. So if it's important to you that you can get your notes out and either back them up or potentially take them somewhere else, you're straight out of luck. Or you were when I last looked at it. But it is a beautiful app. They had an offer on at Christmas. I think it was 25% off. And I'm not tempted anymore, because this one feels right for me. But I certainly was tempted when Evernote was there, and I'm looking at it thinking Evernote's really annoying me. And this one is nice. So yeah, we'll try and find the link for that, but we did look at that. What else we got?
With Notes apps, it's the same with why there's so many programming languages. It's not really a question, it's just a comment.
Yeah, it's true. Certain Notes apps work for certain people. But I've noticed that there is this thing, isn't there, where I'm in sessions and I see people like ask questions and I'm like, that's not the question to ask. It'll be something like, let me think of an example this week. Somebody's showing like a finished product, and then somebody in the chat asks a question that is totally unrelated. How did you get that blue bar on the side? And you're like, that's not the question for right now. But people do feel, it's FOMO probably, that there are so many apps, and are you sure you've got the right one for you? You know, and don't forget, we're being sold to the whole of the time. You know, whether it's a review, an article, somebody on Twitter, somebody will be saying, I found the perfect X to do Y. And you can't help, your eyes are drawn to it like a moth to a flame. You can't help it. And then you start cross-questioning whether it's the right app. But I notice with a lot of people, it's not the right app for them that concerns them. It's the right app to be with the cool kids. If I was trying to be with the cool kids, I'd be saying Tana's where it's at. Tana doesn't have a mobile app. Tana may be where it's at in a year or 2 years. Think about Raycast. 2 years ago, not looking at Raycast. No, not worth the investment of my time. Last summer, I thought, should have a look at Raycast. I thought I haven't got the time. This week, I thought, I shall invest Thursday into looking at Raycast. And it didn't take long before I decided, I can switch. The features it's got help me work faster. They may not help you work faster, because if you are invested in Alfred and you've built all these extensions, why would you take the time to rebuild them in something else just for the sake of it? Now, if Alfred was going away or the price was tripling or something else, then there's a reason to do it. For me, why would I switch to Raycast? There are extensions that enable it to do things I cannot do with Alfred. All the stuff that Alfred already does, I have been able to recreate in Raycast. In addition to that, the built-in features of Raycast, like the calculator and the clipboard history and stuff, have features that, again, Alfred does not have. So today I was able to do something. I think it was a clipboard history, and I was looking for something, and I found it, and it gave me the options to paste it in here, paste it in there, copy it to the clipboard, send a text with it, and I'm like, whoa! I pressed one shortcut key, and it saved me 3 more things that I would have to have done if I'd done that in Alfred. But that's my personal experience. It might not be yours. Okay, Jammy's got a question.
Considering getting Bartender before I commit to it, I was wondering what their version upgrade history is like and how they deal with pricing. Do they upgrade annually every few years?
I believe it's every few years. It's not an annual thing. The only reason that they upgraded last time was that it stopped working with something. That was probably Biggles, wasn't it? It was Biggles. What am I on now, Monty? I don't take any notice. I think it broke with Biggles, and they brought out a new version for that. But cost-wise, they are incredibly generous. So let me just... why are we moving to that? Why is that not doing that? Why am I seeing one thing and you're seeing another? Right, Mike, can you see that? Are you seeing the poster?
No, I am seeing the poster now.
Awesome. I've put that up because I'm opening 1Password. So before there's any accidents. Right, let me have a look at the history of Bartender. Okay, the first version of Bartender came out and was purchased 2012. And the price was $9. And then the next version... 2015. So it was out for 3 years, and then there was an update. Version 3 he didn't even charge for. So if you bought version 2, you got version 3 for free. And Bartender 4, total price for an upgrade in 2020 was £6.98. The retail price was 15, so the upgrade price is about 50%. So there you go. There's a use for 1Password. There's me history with it. So it's been out 2 years. I would not expect another one for maybe another year or so. But that would depend on Apple. If Apple do something to the operating system, then he will bring a new version out. Whether he would charge for that is debatable. But I've always found when you're dealing with him, when it was in beta at the beginning, he gave you months to buy the thing. Once it was, if you've been on the beta, once it came out, he put a price on it, and the price was $9. And I remember thinking, well, I'll buy it. And I went to buy it, and he said, he actually wrote back and said, are you sure? Because, you can use it for a good few months yet. And I said, no, I'm supporting you. I want it. And I bought it. So he is a decent developer from that perspective. So go support him. There you go. Right, let me get rid of that so I can go back to here. And is that it? Are we done for questions?
It looks like it.
If you wanted to try the functionality of Bartender, but you're concerned about the cost, you could try a thing called Vanilla, which Mike might be able to find the link. It's a free version. It's not the same as Bartender, but it's a free app that does almost the same thing. So there is that one, Vanilla, if that's still going, and it's still free. It was free. I think Kim tried that. But Bartender is like the default standard. I would not be switching from Bartender personally, put it like that. Okay. You just noticed how tidy mine is. You want to start. Yours is growing. Do you know, when I started on the Mac, it was like a badge of honour how far across all the icons went. And this week, Tiago shared his screen and I was horrified. The icons were like, no, I can't concentrate with that many icons showing. Thing with Bartender is you can have different settings. So you can have certain things showing, you can have certain things totally hidden. But let me share my screen and just show you that quickly. If you've got something hidden, and so you know with mine that there's a lot hidden. If I click on it, and it's in a good mood, it will eventually open. Might even be today. Come on. Oh, the machine's really struggling to... There we go. Right, there's some things on here that aren't even shown. So that's not even all the icons I've got. Some are totally hidden. So if I wanted to do something, like I want to use the black hole, there's no icon up here to do it anymore. But you can configure Bartender to have a shortcut key, like this. What screen are you opening up on? There. Where it says search for a menu bar item, that's Bartender. It's like Alfred or Raycast built into Bartender. That is all the stuff I've got running. So if I wanted to upload something and I wanted to see Cloud App, I would do that. And when I press it, it brings Cloud App back to the front. So I can now interact with it for 30 seconds before it disappears again. So if I was using that black hole example where I wanted to send something, send a file to Mike, I would bring it up, and that is drop zone. I would do that. It would appear. I could grab a file. Let me grab a file before it disappears. Oh, this poor machine is dying. Right. Oh, it won't let me do it. It needs to be on another machine. But I would drag and drop it up there. And that is that. And there's the drops for Mike. There's the black hole. And that's being controlled by Bartender. So you've now seen that the Cloud App one's disappeared. And about 20 seconds from now, the drop zone one will disappear. Because I'm not using it. So yeah, I can highly recommend that. Yeah, I'm thinking Paul's quite right, but you know, everything was fine until just before the show. Anyway, let's wrap up the presentation because we've got something for you. Oh, we have. We have this for you. Right, we mentioned early on, didn't we, that there was an unboxing because something arrived. As I said, it was ordered Saturday night, 5 minutes before the show, and arrived at lunchtime on Monday. I was impressed by that. So... are you going to talk us through it if I can actually get it playing?
Yeah, I'll come over there. Otherwise I'll be 30 seconds behind.
No, you won't. Oh, in terms of what you'll be seeing, you would be?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Well, before we get any further, I've got to try and get the video working. He wouldn't leave it, you see. So, that hopefully will be the video. And hopefully you'll hear the tearing. There he is, checking that the other camera's working. There's all his lights. There's the tearing. Hopefully you're hearing the tearing. Oh, the excitement, the anticipation. What do you think it is? Get in there quick before he shows you what it is.
Toblerone.
Oh yes, Toblerone Thomas. Yeah. No, it's not Toblerones. It's the wrong shape for Toblerones.
Pieces of cardboard.
Oh, look at that. Look at the shape of that. What could it possibly be that's that skinny? And not from Amazon. Can I just say, not from Amazon?
Anyone guess it?
No, don't tell me for Toblerone. Yeah. He knows you. He knows you too well.
Something for
Lola.
Oh, something for Lola.
No, definitely not something for Lola. Brace yourselves. You may be horrified. Oh, Paul says portable monitor. He's already got one of those.
I've got two of those. Actually, one's broken.
Oh, your two-screen Thomas?
Yeah.
Oh, Kim says a new Surface. That's really warm. That's really warm.
Close, but no cigar.
No cigar.
That's this.
Oh, no. God, look at those scissors go. You should be able to tell because there's a label in the corner. I've just realised it totally gives it away. Well, I'm not reading it out, am I? Because this bit's a surprise. Oh, look. Stickers and everything. Not quite sure what that lot actually is. Oh, it's definitely tech equipment. It is tech equipment. Patient to send a graphics tablet. No, not for Mike. Jammy's there. An LG laptop.
Certainly is.
It's a Windows toy. Oh, I'm horrified. Actually, it's really nice, isn't it? I was surprised. As we got into it here, how skinny it was. Considering all that it had, it was skinny, that, wasn't it? He's looking for the way in, obviously, at this stage. Bless him. No, because you were trying to open it the wrong way around. It's been a while with your Windows box, hasn't it? Oh, look at him. Look at him, look at him. All his excitement. There it is. Actually, it is. It's really nice. It's much better than I expected. You said it felt weird. Not plasticky, just really light.
Yeah,
but it is metal.
It's very light. It's very light.
It's as light as a feather, but it's metal. So I zoomed in so you could see the full horror, glory of it. The full glory of it. And look at his face. His new toy is all settling in. There you go.
So that's it, folks.
Kim says she likes it, and Deb says it's pretty. Oh, what a sexy creature that is, indeed.
Are you talking about me or are you talking about the machine?
It's Jammy, so you need to ask him. I cannot be drawn. Maybe Mike will talk us through that at some point. His rationale, his thinking. It wasn't a cheap one, was it?
It wasn't cheap.
Because it was in one of those, you know, when you're in that mindset of like, do I get a cheap one? And then I say to Mike, every time he says that, I say, no, Mike, remember that MacBook you bought, the white plastic one. Never do that again. So more on that as he's setting it up.
It was £1,700, which is half the price of the most expensive one I found.
That's not actually bad for the spec.
No.
Because it's a 1 terabyte SSD and a load of RAM and stuff. It's not bad.
32 gig of RAM. Yeah.
Not bad at all. Anyway, coming up, we are back next week when it won't be Friday the 13th and everything will be fine, she said. So fingers crossed that is actually what happens. Obviously, all of these are going to be available on demand. And most of them already are. So you need to go to youtube.com/ElaineGiles. And there is the MacBites After Hours playlist too, which you can get to from macbites.co.uk/After Hours playlist. And of course, we love you guys. If you love us, you could do two things. You could give this video a like and you could subscribe, which would help us out immensely. There is also my VIP list. Oh, I've got a new toy heading to the VIP list shortly, so now would be a very good time to sign up. Yeah, there will be one of those this week. I'll get round to it. And there is the MacBites mail, where you get notifications of all the after hours stuff. And of course, even more, in addition to that, we have Slack, where we carry on the conversation. So feel free to join us there at macbites.co.uk/Slack. You can get your questions answered. And we'll be back next week. So, we've done loads of questions, but have you got any more? Let's have a look here.
No, there's nothing else.
Oh, Peter likes the look of it. This could be dangerous for Mrs. Peter, couldn't it? It is a very nice thing. It is very nice. I was impressed. Was I tempted? No, I wasn't. But there's a rationale for Mike's lunacy. It all will be revealed. Oh, Peter, dare I mention the publisher dirty hack? It's on the list. You may mention it. Feel free to mention it every time. It bumps it to the top of my mind, doesn't it? It's on a list with a load of other stuff, and Mike and I will be dealing with that tomorrow, won't we? He has no idea that this is coming. You know, when we sit down on a Sunday and we try and sort out the week, I thought we'd do it a day earlier, and then stuff might actually get done.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work. Not during the match, obviously, because it's the derby tomorrow. So I'll let you, enjoy the derby tomorrow. You never know. United are doing really well. They might win.
Yeah, we'll see.
Would it be inappropriate to ask if Mendy's playing for City?
It would.
Oh, he's still signed there though, isn't he?
Well, so is the other fellow at United.
That's true, but we don't mention him either.
No.
Fair enough. So,
Subjudice.
yeah, Mike will
Get taken off the air.
Yeah, Mike will be enjoying the game or not, while I'm working probably. But that's what we'll intend to do. So, what we got in here?
Jamie wants to know if you bought a new Mac.
Which show was it? The last Mac I bought was December 2020. So, Mac purchasing, probably the one I mentioned, being 3 years old, was purchased on election night in 2017. Now, you're wondering how I remember that. We were horrified. It was a hung parliament. And it was like, oh dear, the prices of everything going up because the value of the pound was dropping like a stone. There's a deja vu there, isn't there? Anyway, the election result meant that as soon as it came out and it was confirmed, we went to Apple and we bought 2 iMacs. So that was June 2017. That was Theresa May when she thought it was a good idea to have an election. Spoiler, it wasn't. It's never a good idea to have an election. And then a model came out, I think it was October 2020. Isn't that the one that you got, Paul? I think you got yours about a month before we got ours. And we arranged it for our Christmas holiday. So we started our 2020 Christmas holiday with a new computer, and that's the one I'm using to this day. I would have updated again if there was an iMac, but there's not. And so this one's going to have to last until there's something worth buying. Unless, of course, we switch to Windows. Which, the way Timmy's going, mind you, Timmy's going to have trouble paying his electric, isn't he? Just had a 40% pay cut. Poor Timmy. So, yeah, this one is now 2 years old. The other one's still there, though. That's right, Paul got it with a new house. Well, isn't it a shame you couldn't buy the house and get the Mac free? Or even better, buy the Mac and get the house free. Yes, I remember that. What's the screen size? Oh, this is a 17-inch one of mine.
Yeah.
He's looking them up on Amazon. Is that the skinny one? If you're referring to the iMac, yes, it is a skinny one, yes. The one before that's the skinny one as well. The one before that was the wide one that was about 1 inch deep. But yeah, it's a 27-inch iMac. We got the best spec Apple offered, but no RAM upgrade, because, that way madness lies. So we only got the 8 gig of RAM in it. So I remember when we placed the order on election night, we did the same thing, didn't we? We placed the order on election night for the computer with the minimum RAM, and then we placed another order for about £4,000 worth of RAM. And we did the same when we ordered this one. So we put the order in for the computer, made sure that was like on the way. And then we placed the order for 256 gig of RAM. 128 for Mike and 128 for me. Which means when it arrives, there's all the rigmarole of fitting all the RAM. Mike doesn't do RAM, so I do the RAM for both. And I remember we had trouble getting one of your chips in, and a different problem with mine. That it was tight on one slot on yours and a different slot on mine. So we take out the 8 gig it came with and put it in the RAM drawer. The RAM drawer is overflowing with Apple RAM. The reason we don't sell it is if that computer needs to go back for repair, or in my case, exchange, because they've never managed to repair one yet, I don't want to have to send my RAM back with it, my 128 gig of RAM. So I do keep the 8 gig it comes with. We just think of it as like, what would 8 gig be worth? Probably about 50 quid. Not worth it. I have had multiple occasions to send computers back for repair, like a broken hard drive, a broken screen, and before it goes I take my RAM out and I put the 8 gig back in, just in case anybody gets light fingered when it's there, because how can I prove what was in it? So I always keep the RAM in the RAM drawer, neatly labelled. It has the date the RAM arrived, it had the date it was fitted, and it has the computer it was fitted in, and then on the back of it it has what this RAM is, how much it is, etc. I'm organised with the RAM drawer, aren't I? Yeah. But hopefully we won't have to touch the RAM drawer. This has still got a year's worth of Apple Care on it, hasn't it? So fingers crossed I don't have to touch the RAM drawer, but there you go, that's what's in it. 16 on a PC is about 50. Yeah, that's probably about right, isn't it? It's just Apple is ludicrously expensive. It's ridiculous. In fact, it should be criminal. It's that bad. I did a post, I think, on the last machine that I got. And it was like, how do you justify a £3,500 computer to your other half, your non-techie other half? And it was like, let me explain how you got it for free. If we were buying 2 computers, 2 iMacs, and we upgraded them to 128, it would have cost from Apple something like £4,800 just for the RAM. So if we get the 8 gig and then we price the RAM up and the RAM is 4,000, we actually saved £800. So that's how you get it past the non-techie other half. Make a note of that in your notes app. It was actually a bargain. It would have been rude not to. Or that was my rationale anyway. I only ever had to get it past my mum, didn't I? And she, you know, all you had to say was, it's faster. Oh, yes, well, you better do that then. She was great with that. You know, as a kid, I got a computer and it came in like a bundle and it came with a printer, and the printer was a colour printer, which was fabulous. It worked on heat sublimation of some description. But it was too expensive to use on a daily basis. So I said, you know, I could do with buying a printer. And she said, you got a printer? It came with a bundle. This was a birthday present, so she knew intimately what was in it. So I explained that it was a bit on the expensive side and I could do with a dot matrix. And she was like, okay, then, yeah, go and order one. And that was the one that arrived a day late, and then he wanted her to sign for it unseen. And she wrote unseen right across it. You know, he wanted her to say she'd seen it. And she wrote unseen right across it. He was in a right mood. Oh, such fun. Such fun. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, Joe. Want to save money? Buy the Mac Pro without the wheels. Yeah, because there's nothing that, you know, you could stick that on an old skateboard and it would be fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The wheels are just... This is what I'm saying. Apple charge enough for the kit, but the other stuff is just obscene. Wheels are... How much were they? Were they £700?
£700, yeah.
I mean, there's just no words. Even if they were gold-plated, I wouldn't expect them to be that price. But this is Apple. And when you know that you can buy RAM and install it... Well, you could. You can't install RAM on any of their computers now, can you? But when you knew you could buy it and install it, you know, and it was going to cost like a sixth of the price, who in their right minds would pay Apple for RAM? It makes me wonder whether they price it as they do, so nobody ever asks. So they can just roll them off the production line with 8 gig and be done with it. That nobody does it. But then I think of people who just don't have the technical skill or don't know that it can actually be done, and they want more RAM and then they pay for it. But now it's soldered on the board, so, you know, you can forget all of that. Those days are long gone. I can retire my wooden spoon, Mike. I can go back to duty in the kitchen. Oh, and the screen cloth. I'd forgotten about the screen cloth. That was another thing that was criminal. But, you know, people were buying it. It was out of stock because people had mass bought it. What is wrong with people? I bought some... Instead of that, I got a microfiber thing from Amazon. And it came in a box with 50 of them. And it was about £4.50. And people were going crazy for the cloth. The worst thing I ever bought from Apple wasn't that expensive, but I would never do it again. The worst thing was the case for the iPad 1. It was hideous. You couldn't charge it in the cradle with this case on it, and it attracted fingerprints like nothing I have ever seen. Even if you didn't touch it, there were fingerprints on it. It was like a suede thing. And you know, I kept it on the iPad for a year. And then, well, no, 10 months. And when we got the new iPad, the iPad 2, with the magnetic cover, I said, this cover's coming off on the old one. And I replaced it with a £1.50 plastic back, and it was a revelation. It was like a different device. So that to me was the worst thing they ever made. But you're quite right, the wheels and the cloth, they're up there. just because of the price, they're up there. Oh my word. Patience asked for 16. You didn't want to bog down on me. What I didn't want to bog down on me. You're going with 32. Didn't have any in stock. Made you wait several weeks. You see what I mean? I mean, a computer company that hasn't got access to RAM. What is the matter with them? They're idiotic. They're idiotic. I remember the days you used to be able to go into a local store, tell them what you want, and a geek built it for you. Do you remember Squib?
I do remember.
I was the only. They couldn't let him near customers. He didn't really speak English.
He spoke Squib.
He spoke Squib. He was that geeky, and I had this query. And every, the first one was like, oh, I'm going to need to ask the next one up. And then he said, no, I'm going to need to ask the next one up. And then he said, I'm going to need to ask the next one up. And the last one said, I'm going to need to ask Squib. And they all went, oh, we can't let him out, with a customer. And then literally just down the line, the one looked at the next and the next and the next. And the last one looked at me and went, no, it's Elaine, he'll be fine. They'll speak geek together. And I had this one-on-one with Squib and we sorted it out. It was some weird... It was actually to do something incredibly simple, or something that would be incredibly simple now. But it wasn't back then. You had to Apple script and code it and terminal it and all kinds of weirdness. But yeah, that was the only customer they ever let him loose on, because he was not to be let out with customers. But he was a genius with the computers. Sadly, they don't really have people in Apple anymore that are good with the kit, do they? But there you go. That's it. Right, okay then, that went long, didn't it? I'll try and make sure that next week the machine's behaving itself, that the preferences don't crash, that the recording doesn't crash, and that everything else works tickety-boo. So let me know in the week what app you're using for your notes, and what would you like Obsidian to be able to do for you. And I mean things like, if you want it to play a game with you, it probably could. There's probably an extension for that. So I intend to show you the primary ones that are built in, that I use, and the extensions that I use. And then we'll take it from there. And we'll do the same with Raycast. I'll share the stuff that I've installed, and I'll show you what it replaces in Alfred. And then we'll look at extra stuff that you might want to use that I wouldn't particularly use. So that's the plan. That is the plan. You know what I didn't put in the week at Matt Barr's headquarters? I forgot. I was too busy eating it. Our last mince pie has been consumed.
Oh, yeah.
Still no sign of the lesser spotted Yule log. But now we're on to Easter eggs. So fingers crossed for that. But we haven't got much in the way of treats, have we? Is it Healthy January or something?
Something like that.
Oh, good. February's here in a couple of weeks and it'll all be over and done with until next time. Oh, Peter's using pen and paper. Well, we'll have to upgrade you from that. Let's try and upgrade from pen and paper. But, if you want to draw stuff, you can. There's canvases and there's drawing tools in there. So it's got everything. Trust me on that. But for the moment, I'm going to say good night from me.
And good night from me.
And we will both see you next time. Stay safe, guys.
Начинается каникулы конец. Да. Перед днем учебы последняя четверть. И знаешь, она очень короткая. Где-то вы до 19 мая учите все. 1 апрель только, потом майские праздники начнутся. Потом после майских праздников неделя и все. Начнется 9 апреля. А 20 уже последний день. После последних звонка вообще не учат.